Yo, I'm back, guys. You won't believe what happened. I had to actually, I went outside for my typical marathon run after Valo games, and in the middle of the track, an old grandma fell down, and I had to take her to the hospital. She actually broke her hip, and the doctors told me that if she didn't get there right when I got there with her, she would have died. It was insane. Anyways, welcome back, guys. I'm feeling a lot better. I'm feeling a lot better. I think I'm gonna end up playing some Valor with Lily, and I don't know what I'm gonna be doing later in the day, but I'm pretty happy that I ended up winning. Mm. They don't even have the shipper katana. I'm gonna just have the katana in the house. It'll be nice. I'm glad we were able to keep one in the house. But I mean, we would have had one anyways, right? Either me or Lauren would have won. That would have been cool. But maybe Lauren just takes it with her. With me, it'll just stay in the OTV house. In time of Rainbow Remnant stream, I know Peter went to wait for Celine, and I went to wait for Peter and Celine. So I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I didn't want to play it until then. But yeah, let's go ahead and hold on. Am I waiting for Lily? Is she done? Is it kind of gonna be etched in her harbor? I don't think it has names. If it does, that's awesome. But
you.
Yo,
You don't sound happy.
By the way, Pokey did not respond, so I think we need to find another fifth.
No, she said yes in game chat.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Oh, she's currently in a 10-11.
Yeah, we'll wait for it to end and we'll play. Yeah.
Okay. Then.
Ow!
Are we?
I'll be right back in 3 minutes.
Did you get bit?
You know when you how do I word this? Oh god, how do I word something that happens to me every day? Like when you misalign your hand and you bump it at underneath your desk. Does that make sense? Like you're trying to raise your hand, but you end up like bashing your knuckles against the underside of your table.
No one ever does that.
I do it every single day.
Lily, that's not like that. How do I phrase this? That's Batman couldn't torture that out of me.
Do you sometimes dribble liquid down your chin? Like you try to drink. Okay, let's say there's a cup of water and you tip it right to drink, but you misjudge the angle it takes for the liquid to enter your mouth, and it dribbles down your chin. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Is she valid? I feel like that's not that. Let me get some water though. I don't want to cough in the middle of the game. I'll be right back. If everyone's leaving, I'm leaving.
B&B. One night, most of them.
Oh my god.
Hello, friends. I'm gonna pop an Excedrin. I'll be right back.
Yo, Blaustoy!
What? Hey, yo!
What's going on, man?
Listen, before anyone says anything else and possibly says certain things that might compromise my character, I am sponsored for the next 2 hours.
What are you sponsored by?
Wendy's.
Wendy's nuts?
No, okay. No, like actually Wendy's. Lily, thank you for that.
Oh
hey,
shit! Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought
hey,
you're doing a D's nuts joke.
You know what? We got that out of the way early. Thank you again to Wendy's for sponsoring the stream tonight.
Thank you
Really
so much,
appreciate-
Wendy's, for sponsoring
thank you.
Blau. Thank you so much. I love Wendy's. Ever since Dave Thomas opened the first Wendy's restaurant with an unwavering commitment to serve fresh food at a fair price in a comfortable atmosphere, more than 50 years later, they're still doing the right thing in the right way. And that's what guides the company and their approach to corporate responsibility. Good, done, right.
I'm back. What are we talking about?
How awesome Wendy's is.
Okay. Yes, I actually think they have two very good things.
Two very good things besides the other 20 good things on their menu.
Let me double check the Wendy's menu. Hold up.
Okay. All right, Wendy's. Love it. Sweet. Awesome.
They have a lot of things on their menu. A lot of notable menu items. In fact, it's so difficult for me to just choose one. But if you had to ask me, I would definitely pick their baked potato, chili, and frosty. And their Baconator also.
Oh, what about the Bacon Later?
Is she
Bacon Later? What's that, Blau?
It's the original Baconator that you know and love, but now like after dark version, you know?
Is she sponsored?
Wow,
Is
that's
this
so
sponsorship?
cool. Can you tell me more about it?
Oh my god, Wendy's is in my chat. Actual Wendy's. Bro, all I'm gonna say this is, dude, I've seen Wendy's social media. Like, there's no way I can do more unhinged than Wendy's social media. Like, there's just no way.
They got the best one. They're the one that everyone built lessons around and copied them, and they're still not as good.
I actually feel like Wendy's we're the first big brand to be like, you know what, we're just gonna go more unhinged with it, and then everyone started copying it.
Yep, and they're just not as good. It's crazy to see people copy and fail.
Yeah,
That's
I'm gonna be honest. Lockheed Martin made a Barbie jet, and like, you know, I get why Lockheed Martin didn't want to promote Oppenheimer, but like, okay, really, like Barbie guys, come on, why are we making a pink fighter jet, you know?
Wait, Blau, you have a Wendy's sponsor?
Yes.
Dude, okay, I'm not trying to be cringe here. Wendy's is legitimately one of my dream sponsors because I love Wendy's.
Wait, me too, Wendy's!
I think Wendy's chili is like
bomb.
It's actually so good.
So good.
Their baked
I
potato.
dip my fries in the Wendy's chili.
Okay.
Oh god.
Their baked potato bomb. Their spicy chicken nuggets bomb. I don't really like the normal ones as much, but their spicy ones fucking bomb.
Yeah, spicy chicken sandwich is amazing.
Spicy chicken sandwich is the best one. It's the one I used to always go to.
Sometimes when I'm feeling spicy, I get a Baconator, you know?
The Baconator is awesome.
If I want to
They
be
have-
filled up real good.
They
I
have
think
that
I have a
square,
baconator.
fresh,
Someone of
never
our-
frozen beef patties.
Can you not speak
You guys
over
are
Blau
awesome.
when he
You
has a
guys are
sponsor,
awesome.
Sorry,
please?
sorry.
No, Lily, you're doing great.
No,
Someone in our
literally,
chat
Lily,
said-
never ever speak over Blau ever again.
I
Okay?
just love applewood smoked bacon! Cause it captures the delicate balance of salt, sugar, and savory applewood smoke, stacked on top of a perfectly soft premium bun with ketchup and mayonnaise. Serve it up hot and juicy.
Are you like? I didn't even send you a score. Where are you reading this from? How do you know this all? Have you done this before?
No, I just Google stuff.
Oh.
It's like all over.
Google
Okay.
stuff.
It
I
Google
also
stuff.
Google stuff.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take care of some nincompoops tonight. Okay.
I got you.
Um,
I'm gonna
actually-
order some Wendy's right now because I've
I
been
actually
inspired.
want Wendy's.
Oh, actually.
I'm gonna go to. I'm getting a junior bacon cheeseburger.
Wait, whoa.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey! Are we playing? I cannot seem to join your guys' party.
Okay, wait.
Are we
okay.
the party? Oh.
Wait, okay. I'm gonna leave.
Two of
And
y'all
let's start again, okay?
Okay.
One at a time. There's one.
Oh, I'm in the main
Okay.
lobby screen.
Okay.
I just joined 2 different ones.
Okay, my bad. Okay, we
Which
joined
one am I
the other one.
joining?
We joined the other one.
Someone invite me. Can I? Do I invite? Should I invite?
Yeah, invite me. No, wait. No. The other one, not you.
Can someone just? No, Pokey just joined mine. You fuck.
Okay, great.
I'll
Wait.
join anything I'm invited to. Honestly.
Okay. Join mine.
Okay. Sorry.
Wow, look at that. Nice
Oh my God,
variety.
look, we have like, if I can hit gold before Scarra tonight, we have every single rank possible. Or, well, not every rank, but like, you know, we have like a little, you know?
Don't talk to
Oh,
me.
it's a rainbow.
Don't talk to me about rank. The match me and Lily lost last night was pissing me off.
What happened?
We 4v5. We almost won. Like I was about to drop a 30 bomb, and Lily was fucking like.
Wait,
top,
were you 4 or were you 5?
We were 4, and we lost.
How
Oh,
swear
I didn't
friendly
think
are
that
we,
you were even
Blau?
close.
Wait, what?
I was just asking for Blau's sponsor. How swear friendly are we?
Not swear friendly.
You know, we're heckin' not too
I could not.
swear-friendly.
Also, I didn't hear. What you
Okay,
said,
all
Pokey.
right, dope.
Yeah.
I just want to put that out there. You know, just checking.
Hey, you know what? Listen, if you, you know what? If you guys, you know, if you mess up, it's because you have a low blood sugar because you're not eating Wendy's right now.
I just ordered my Wendy's. I'm getting a junior bacon cheeseburger and a grilled chicken wrap, which I haven't had before.
How do you get sponsored by Wendy's? I want to be sponsored by Wendy's.
That's what I'm saying. Wendy's, please sponsor me. I love your food.
I legit love Wendy's.
It is really good.
Pokey, why do you not have the little moving character thingy on my thingy?
What do you
Do I
mean?
have to set it for you? Like the Fuji.
Oh, do you
I
want me to
think
send you
do,
hers?
right?
There is one, but I'll send it to you.
Yeah, can you send it? Well, sometimes it's weird, Pokey. Sometimes they'll automatically go. Other
It's-
times I have to like
it's-
manually set them.
It's when they themselves set it up for them, so it's like user side. It's because she didn't set it up for hers. Hold on. Check your Discord DM in a bit.
Okay.
Wait. Send it to me too.
Okay. How about I just post it in general?
Okay, that works too.
Guys, Wendy sent me Q&A questions, and you guys are going to get to learn all about me because of these.
Oh,
Do we
about
want
you?
to?
I was gonna say I
It's
want to learn
so
more about
great-
Wendy's.
It's so great to have you here.
I love the square beef patties. You know, more
Me
meat.
too. Why does square feel healthier than circle?
Wait, you're
Well,
right.
Actually, though,
Right.
true.
Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, it's this
Wait,
one.
are you eating Wendy's right now?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm about to.
This one.
Huh?
Okay.
Oh, I've got to do something first, though.
Yeah, see it?
What is it?
Which is
Perfect.
Oh,
All right, all the Fugis are set up, guys. You guys should see that who's talking, and we're all good.
Are you okay?
wait. Did I? Oh, I muted.
Lily, what's your Fugi Discord icon again?
The ditto face right now. So,
Ditto face? Am I dumb?
oh, does it not show up as a ditto face for you?
I just don't know where it is. I think I lost it.
I mean,
because
look,
I'm an idiot.
I feel great.
Oh,
My
hold on.
bathroom may not, but that's not a big deal.
Oh wait. Wait. No, go back.
Did you change it, Blow? Blow? Blow?
I'm trying to.
Okay.
No, I'll get it in a second. I'm sure. Oh, I didn't get it.
It's okay.
Oh, I'm gonna get it though.
That's
Wait,
fine.
hold up a sec, guys.
No,
I lost
I'm
you.
gonna
If
change
any of
it.
you guys typed anything in the last 30 seconds, I did not read it.
I'm stressed because I have to do this thing and then I have to do this thing and then it's like,
I want Wendy's now, actually.
Match found.
well, you can order Wendy's.
I'm eating Cheerios.
Luck 3, welcome back for 7 months.
Lily, can you re-invite me to the Foogie Discord? I think I might have left it by accident. I can't. I literally cannot find it.
Oh no, it's gone. I deleted it.
What we doing? I could do this, but I could do some.
Oh,
other
you
stuff.
deleted it?
Yeah, I wanted to redo
Oh.
everything and then just delete the
Oh.
server.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going crazy.
No, I went on a Discord cleaning binge the other day.
Roger that.
I have banned myself from playing Harbor on this map.
I'll play hard. I'm joking.
It's
But
Can I
Harbor
practice-
is like, it's who you are.
no,
Can I practice this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we playing for fun?
Yeah.
Or like-
We're always playing for fun.
Cause I don't want to play Killjoy anymore.
Oh.
Okay, you're
Go
banned from
Yoru.
Omen.
Or you
Yeah.
know, whatever you're
I
feeling.
should never play Omen ever again.
All right, I'll senti.
I actually wish I could like delete that agent from my
That's
account.
so
Yeah,
funny.
that's work. Yo, chat. We are sponsored. Oh, I'm so sorry.
No,
Yo,
tell us.
Nah, keep
Blast
going.
Chat. We are
Now
sponsored
we're all
by.
sponsored. Blah, you better run us our check.
I'm pretty sure that like
Yeah, I'm sponsored by
if
Wendy's
I had
now. Let's
to pay
fucking
your
go.
guys' rates, I would just like the money they gave. I'd be in debt. Like I'd owe you guys money. After.
Wow, I do it for free.
Oh my god. LP, thank you so much.
Yeah,
She's
I
gonna
mean-
hold it over you, by the way. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, like it's not free. Like the mental
I'm
damage
already-
comes with it.
I'm already used to doing charity work.
3K and OT was insane. Yes.
Jeez.
What's one more?
Actually true.
What the fuck?
God damn.
Pokey says that she writes off her subs to me as charity.
I do. My CPA loves that shit.
I mean, I'm more surprised that you give subs to Blau.
What can I say? Well, a good deed.
Really
every
nice
now
of
and
you.
then.
It's really nice of you.
Yeah, you know, Christmas comes early. You know.
Yeah.
Oh my god, guys, Christmas is so soon.
Don't say that.
Huh?
I love saying that every month.
That's so Lily.
Because I know you would chip some of you up. Okay.
Wait, was that Jet immortal?
Yes.
What?
Bro,
I don't know who the fuck in this lobby is immortal tier, but
Why would you be immortal in this
it
lobby?
ain't me.
No, I just don't worry.
It's
as
not
the,
me either.
As the Asuna killer, I got you guys. Don't worry, it's not a big
That's
deal.
true. Blau, you want to buy up? Or are you saving?
I killed Sim like 4 times. It was
Yes.
great dopamine in my brain.
This is a nice spot.
I will be a better Jap.
Yes, this should do.
Oh,
Not a. Comms.
see?
No idea where.
See?
Oh,
Walking
I'm
up.
running.
They smoked me, see?
On. Jet tagged once.
Yeah, they went in.
Wow, that Jet's kind of nasty.
Swing with you.
I stopped playing.
See.
Just chill.
I'm low.
Chill.
Taking that
Yeah.
Take
Lily,
back
stop
Scarra.
playing.
One. Nice shots. One more
Lily
long.
hit it, Lily hit it
You
twice.
want to swing with me?
Lily hit it twice.
All right. Swinging now. Right now. All right. Let's
Oh,
just
yeah,
let him push
Yeah,
up.
just chill.
I have
I'm
a
fine.
star tune.
Chill.
I have a star tune.
You know, one could go garage.
Yeah, it could be a little ugly.
Concealment.
Okay, my smoke.
One's long.
Lily could.
Might have walked up.
30 seconds
Nope,
left.
didn't walk up.
I have vision.
One
of the
enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Nice, good kill. Last guy was long C, care.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Oh.
80
No,
dismiss.
she does miss. She's missed.
I have
Oh,
five
you guys are
health,
low.
man.
Yeah, just chill.
Super.
Long C. 13 seconds.
Just you can wait for plant.
10 seconds left.
Lily hide. Lily hide. The back spawn.
Lily just run.
Nice.
Lily just run. Just run.
We
Yeah,
win.
yeah,
We
just
win.
run, we're good.
Okay,
Beautiful.
so you know how Pokey has like
Nice.
the other Discord
got
thing in
this.
here as well? There's
Yeah.
like 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way
Yeah.
it looks on my it's like
Oh yeah, there's a space between Scarra and Pokey.
so it actually looks it's like Scarra's like not with it. He's like all
Dude.
on those.
Just like that,
That
one photo.
picture
A
is
space
so
between me and
funny.
Scarra.
It's actually like that one photo.
That's crazy.
No, I know. Every time Pokey's in Discord, there's a
Art
space.
imitates life.
Honestly, it's kind
True.
of funny. I like it.
Oh, it's so sad. He's so far.
Are you playing C, Lily? Just call for her if you need a smoke.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was doing.
Here's some test.
One grass.
Sorry, I'm fixing my bubbles.
Careful, B.
Multiple enemies A.
I fucked up my star.
I must wait a moment. Cage triggered.
Oh, fuck.
Cage triggered. What?
Careful mid, careful mid.
Rain a kill.
Nice,
Bigger
Scarra.
demon, bro.
Oh, they're all 3. They're all.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
nice crane. Nice nade.
Oh god, I'm coming.
Oh, oh shit.
I'm here.
Wait, you live?
Swinging
Not
left.
gonna get rid of my judge.
He's long.
We have
Yeah,
spike.
he was long.
No idea where.
Here, I'm just gonna smoke our short.
I'm gonna be our short.
Roger. Nice.
Wait, they literally got killed
Let's
by
go.
2 judges this round.
Hey,
They're
hey,
on the back
always.
foot. Let's deliver.
I don't want the judge.
Yeah, toss me.
I'm chilling.
Here.
I'll go A.
Alright, we are on a save. Do we want to aggress out?
I mean,
We're on a save?
No,
Or
not save, a bonus,
I've
bonus.
judged. I can't aggress. I cannot
This
aggress.
goes here.
Alright, roger that. Heard.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
Smoked off. Smoked off garage.
Oh my god, there's C. Can you try to break that dog? Please.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. I was not. I was in natural form.
Oh, nice.
my
nice
God.
lead,
95
nice
brim.
lead.
Oh my god, huge.
No more charges left. Cage triggered.
Ram was long C. Could be through garage.
Blocking sight.
It's only the guns.
Yeah, take the guns.
I have camera B.
Roger. I'll hold across with you.
Okay.
Actually,
Spike planted.
It's
Oh,
A?
they have spike.
A?
No fucking shot.
that's okay. Let's play together.
Wait for you guys, and then just let me know when you guys are making moves.
Roger that.
Oh, I guess we have,
Recovering
me and
it.
Yoru are gonna walk.
You guys
go,
got this.
For short.
Brim no shields, but it's probably here.
He has to push up.
Smoking
Guys,
short.
Concealment.
Could be heaven. Could be heaven. Care.
He's in the corner.
Long.
Cover me.
One enemy remaining.
Wait,
Last player standing.
I'm fucking garbage.
Good job. This.
That's round.
Yes, let's go. Wait, did I get it?
Wait,
Nice
did
try,
you-
Bob.
Wait, what?
Wait,
Okay, you know
I
what? We took
thought
those
Scarra had.
Yeah, I did
I
too.
thought so
but
too.
That's
Unlucky.
great.
He didn't know that we were. He thought
wild.
he killed the bomb plant. I could have just stuck it, man.
It's okay. My bad.
No.
Can I opt this round? Or are we feeling a little
No,
operator?
you can.
Yeah, do whatever you want, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of
yeah.
course.
I'm gonna
What are you
switch-
opping? Long
We're
C?
Chet, you can op any
Oh, you're
round.
well, I'll opt long C. Yeah.
That goes there. This
Oh
goes
my god, you
here.
guys are so
Yes,
supportive.
this should do.
I'm gonna smoke
This is a nice
off window for some more and push out mid a little bit. Oh, they're out. Oh god.
Incoming.
On.
Dashing B.
Oh. All right. 2. 3 knives. 3 knives. Nice.
You're.
Spike planted.
Enemy down.
Wow,
One
you got
enemy
red.
remaining.
Nice.
If you guys didn't kill him, my op shot definitely would have. I didn't.
Blau,
Yeah.
grab this.
Oh,
yeah.
Pokey, your in-game mic. By the way, he's your webcam mic.
Oh, that's very intentional.
Hell yeah.
You should mute me 100%.
Yeah, I got you.
What?
Yeah, killing it. What, you got like a Wendy's reward for kills? Cause I'll take it.
I want a Wendy's reward for kills.
What?
Right?
My first Wendy's card.
Then we could
gaming
Katana,
origin.
you could do
What was
Bankai.
your
No, that's
first gaming
fucking
console or
cringe.
device, and which game left the
Yeah,
biggest
I'll do
impression
it.
on you during your early
That
gaming
goes there.
days?
Game Boy Color and Legend of Zelda. Wait, was that for me? Or you?
Yes.
Well, you know what? We can just do everyone. Honestly, that's kind
This
of
goes
a
here.
sick answer.
What about you
This
guys?
is a nice spot.
Game Boy Color, Pokemon Red.
That goes there.
Ooh, very good as well.
Game Boy original.
1A.
Pokemon Red. I'm gonna slowly rotate. I'm gonna rotate. Oh, these guys are serious.
3A.
You can anchor. They're not in.
I've got your trail.
Oh,
Can you try
they're
to
coming
break
in.
that for me?
Yo, Blau, move.
Yep.
Spike down A.
I'm gonna go
Why
up heaven.
destroyed?
Spike planted. Last player
Wow,
standing.
that
That
Jet's
guy-
insane. Lit
That's
40 on Jet.
crazy.
Blocking sight.
7 bullets.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Wow.
Oh my, I'm not gonna lie, I was muted saying reload, and I'm glad you didn't.
I'm in. Shit.
Oh my
That's all I
god.
need.
You might be the goat. You
Yeah.
just might be the goat after that one.
Whoa.
Grab your op, grab your op,
Just
grab
had
your
a
op.
Oh,
Grab your
oh,
op, grab your
oh,
op.
yeah, up, yeah.
So what was the
You
first
don't know.
console you used and the game that left the biggest something impact? Yeah.
It's probably in 64, and then me and my brother used to just spam GoldenEye. We would play so much GoldenEye.
GoldenEye was a classic, bro.
I haven't
Dude,
played that actually.
Yes.
Oh, really? It
Really?
was one of my favorite shooters growing up. Like that and like,
That goes there.
was like Turok? I remember Turok as well.
Rockets.
Did you guys play
Interesting.
guns?
No, I didn't. I got into PC gaming late.
Oh.
This goes here.
Yeah, it was a PC game.
Could be grass care. No one's watching it. Okay, I'm gonna go.
I hear A.
Oh yeah.
Where? Long? Yeah.
I'll hold
long.
beef. No. Probably gonna do it.
Spike planted.
No, come on.
Can you flash out for me, Lily?
Oh, what the heck? Oh, there's a wall here.
I'm smoked.
One,
I'm so sorry.
One
One
graffiti.
is there.
Nice. One more by graffiti still. One default.
101 default.
Here.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
he fucking shot me through the smoke.
Nice try.
Ooh,
That
empty.
jet is kind of snappy.
That jet is snappy.
Oh,
Oh.
just they're immortal player.
Oh, that
But we've got something better. We got the one and only.
Nice.
Yeah, we got fucking
Flat
poked.
3 player.
I mean, you're kind of shitting on him. So, what does rank even mean?
Oh, I
Let's
could
eco
buy- I
this
could-
one.
All right,
Okay,
I'm gonna walk up,
run
see
dice.
long maybe.
I'm gonna cheese here, I think.
Okay, I'll try to make it seem like I'm solo YOLO, and then you can cheese him.
Should do. Oh, this is a nice spot.
See,
What's this?
30 on Jet. They're gonna push on soon.
Camera taken out. Cage
Give me
top.
cage. Oh, they fucking played.
Last player standing.
Oh,
4 on
yeah,
site.
I should have got more.
Don't worry, I've seen Lily do this.
Spike planted.
Huh?
You got this, LP.
Wow, he was blinded a little bit.
Yeah.
That guy just freaked out.
Move in after I strike. That's when they're weak.
Do I op again or no?
If you want to.
Maybe I op A long. Maybe next round.
This goes here.
I'm
That goes
gonna
there.
play B this round.
Oh, these
Yes,
guys are not
this
gonna
should
know
do.
what I'm gonna
This
fucking
goes
do in
here.
this round.
That
Holy
goes there.
shit.
I'll play with you then.
Go. You go first, Peter.
Yeah.
I got you. I like her. Yep, they're all there.
A lot short. An 8.
Cage triggered.
I'll leave one.
4 long.
109, 40, 40, 30, 19.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that's sick. Let's go.
One site.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Last long.
Hold with me. Hold with me.
Just hold together. Yeah.
He's leaving.
Hold me.
Reloading.
Okay.
Yo, throw me
I'm
a
holding
house
for just in case he rehits.
Reloading.
I'll play with Scarra.
Okay. I'm anchoring.
Oh, easy. Oh, fuck. I can't get out my camera fast enough.
Wait for me.
He could be pushing spawn.
30 seconds left.
Tyler giveaway? Yeah, nice try, man.
Last
wait.
player standing.
M79.
Oh my! Thank
I should've
God.
probably waited.
Thank you, Peter.
God.
Thank
Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
This
Next
one's
time, y'all
on
just
me.
double up. 2 together, okay? Together. Do we want to?
I could buy one. I could a half
No,
and buy.
no, I think we should. Yeah, we should do this.
I'm shorty.
I do
open.
think it would be more fiscally responsible to save, but
This goes here.
Oh, big word.
fucking we ball.
Yeah, fucking we ball.
Fuck it, we ball.
We ball.
This is
Lily,
nice.
buy the fuck up.
That goes
But
there.
I want to.
Quick up,
I
really,
want to.
yeah.
I was shorty. I want to short.
Yeah.
Get out of
Shorty
my way.
with full shields. Hey,
Oh, that's what you meant.
Heavy A.
Need help? Oh, she knew I was there.
Oh shit, that's a.
I'm not there to do anything yet.
Lily,
I'm
you got
smoked off
this.
heaven.
Lily, you're beast.
Spike
Nice.
planted.
Got mine.
Yeah, you did.
Reloading.
Wait,
I'm
wait,
smoked still.
Ready?
wait. Let me cam out.
Okay, we don't have that much time.
Cam me out.
Well
Good.
divided.
Blow.
One hell.
Headshot.
Last player standing.
Hell.
Oh wait, what? That's not where I thought it would go.
Dude, that star was.
YOLO.
Fuck.
XT.
Whoops.
I like the
Oh,
idea.
he missed his molly.
One of my cameras is
Good to know.
broken.
Damn, these guys really aren't going.
Alright, let's eco.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay, they call me the Deagle Demon. No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. They call you her harbor because you make them wet. Haha.
Dude, okay.
Okay, listen. I really need someone to break the dog. Okay.
Me kill dog.
I will find. Yes, this should do.
Trust.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
I'm moving.
See, not showing. Hey,
Oh my god. Yeah. 52 jet.
Alright, Blau.
never
This is why I
lurk.
call you a beast.
I'm gonna try and play for exits.
55 Reyna, 110 Sage.
Spike planted.
That's like almost my one.
Yeah.
One
Yeah,
hell
You guys
at
make noise
least.
for me.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
fucking.
This is where they check
What
me.
should I get first?
What the?
Flawless.
Fucking.
They knew all along.
Oh my god, he crept up too short.
Got it. Very much cut.
Rip.
Oh, there's a rip in the. I'm gonna play A. This is starting to feel a little annoying.
Hit the plant, Scarra.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the fucking plant, man.
Can you trip B? Just trip it. Just trip it. Just trip
Oh,
it.
it's.
Just trip it.
Oh, I don't know if I can
So
play,
we can
play
ignore
both. Okay, yep.
This goes here. I will find them.
Cutting through.
That goes there.
They're here. They're here. They're here.
They're here, yeah.
It's okay. You can back up and flash when they entry. You can play behind the
Do
box.
do you see the trip here? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the jet coming in.
One's in.
Got one. One more short. Two. One long.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Got it.
Nice.
Nice.
Good hold. You're a beast.
Spike spotted. A.
Last round before the switch.
Equip yourself.
I don't think they can A this time. Let me reach mid and then I'm gonna go see.
Yeah, I don't think they.
Dude, I don't even want to hold. Just fast rotate off B, bam.
I'm gonna hold B. Yeah, I'll be ready to fast rotate.
Can you buy me a guardian, at least, or plow? If this is the last round.
Got you.
Thanks.
Yes, this should do.
Anytime, LP.
Shut up.
This goes here.
Okay.
That goes there.
God damn, what the fuck? Here?
I hear A.
Blocking vision.
Here one.
I'm gonna help Lily on this.
Smoke C.
Oh, huge kill.
Covering it.
I
Taking
think
that.
that.
Oh my god.
With the left side.
66 Sky.
Wow.
Dude, fuck.
They use both.
Brim is ult, care.
Spike planted.
Nice, good kill. Oh, backside.
One
Nice!
Maybe
Alright.
long.
Long
Tap
with
the plant,
long
tap the
with
plant, tap the
ult.
plant.
I'm tapping.
Long.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Wait, you right click killed there?
That's my jet main king. That's my jet main king right there.
Nice.
That's my Wendy
the
sponsored jet main
Wendy's.
king.
That's right.
Tell him.
The subtitles are scuffed. It's
Wait,
Google
are you
Translate.
promoting a specific item or just Wendy's as a brand?
But,
The
like, I
bacon later.
I can't really help
The
that.
bacon later?
Yeah.
It's like the
Switching
Baconator,
sides.
but after dark.
What? Wait, is that available all day or is it only after dark?
I mean, it's
You don't know, do you?
I don't know actually. When is Wendy chatting?
Why'd you have-
all day?
Why'd you have
I
to
think might
call
get
him
all
out
day.
like that, man?
Well, I want to know because I want it now.
Okay, yeah.
Or do I have to wait till later?
Well, all I can tell you is
No,
that
that
open
right click
late
was
night, you could probably get it
crazy.
now.
Hear me out,
Yummy.
hear me out, hear me
Make the
out,
call,
hear
make the
me
call.
out.
Hearing you out.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
Hearing you
Fake
out.
C, I hold the
Yes.
A flank, and then,
I
we'll
YOLO fake
call
C,
what
yeah.
we do depending on how it goes.
I'm gonna put
Great
stars
fake
down at.
See? Yeah, just do it now.
We
Yeah.
Slay.
will reveal their secrets.
Need that back. Need that back.
Well, I don't know if we're going on.
Oh god, no, we're not going.
Maybe
We're not
don't.
going. We
They
cancel. We
didn't
cancel.
push though.
I just baited it.
No, that's fine. I can get you. I can get you out.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, I got you out.
They shot my leg.
They didn't push out, but
We'll be up in our heaven already, Kara.
Ooh, I should not take that
Mid,
title.
mid, mid, mid.
One out, one out, one out.
There's a
Kill the sage, kill the
think-
sage.
Ace.
Got it, got
Nice.
it. I'm going.
Nice.
I'm running. Run, guys, run.
Concealment.
Fuck. 1 CT.
Oh, this is kind of weird.
Jet dash towards A link.
Trying to get A faster. I'm coming off
What?
flank.
Holy fuck.
Planted the
I'm
spike.
playing. I'm playing for plant.
55 jet.
No way.
Last player
78
standing.
Reyna. She dismissed.
Pulling them in.
Oh shit. Wow.
NT.
What? Was a good call. We got the picks. Damn, we could have re-hit C, but that was fucking really weird. The harbor moistness? Hell yeah.
They will scurry, and then they will die.
Got the plant though. NT.
True?
All right, this is the sheriff
Where
of
are
Legends.
you?
I'm gonna hold on to this, and then when I die, someone pick it up.
Okay.
Reloading. Reloading.
Okay, I missed.
Spike
Pick it up, pick it up.
down mid.
Just get the plant down.
Picked up.
Get the plant down. Get the plant down.
Cutting through.
Trying to hold you.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Recovering. Bring it. Pulling them in.
No
Bye,
way.
Puma.
One enemy remaining.
You're
God!
What
With
the
the classic?
Get
Those are
the
eco.
fuck out!
They did. They
We got those
did. They did
nincompoops.
get the
We
fuck
sure-
out.
We got those freaking nincompoops. Good work, everyone.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
That was so
Let me
impressive.
get the truck out of my living room.
Get the
Someone,
truck out of his living room.
sorry. Bacon later.
Wait, guys,
Yeah,
we're buying up.
Baconator.
Whoa.
I want a baconator.
Reloading.
We're chilling.
Y'all wanna go see?
Yeah, you can wait for my cam to go first if you wanna
Oh,
bait this. 3, 2, going. Nope, no one.
Oh, Carrot. Sky.
Care what? Oh.
Yeah, backside,
Sorry,
backside.
I
To
was.
jump.
Obscured concealment.
Decoy.
Oh.
Oh,
What?
Okay.
Cage triggered.
I'm caging on.
Pushing through. What? Back.
Backside.
Dead.
Okay, nice.
Reload.
One more.
I have planted the spike.
One more. 40 Sage. Backside.
Player standing.
55 Sage.
Oh my god, I should have gone the other
Oh.
way.
Sorry, I wanted to peek fast enough with you guys, but you guys got mowed down. Free gun, dude. They missed so hard that round.
What about a little
Like,
A-hit?
no
Like a
offense to
fast
Peter,
A
he
execute?
played it well, but
Sure.
holy
Let's.
Feel them getting ready.
I have enough for next, I think. Try have to eco here.
I can buy you stingers or whatchamacallit here if you want.
If we can get a plant down, I have ult
I can buy
for
you.
post plant.
Oh yeah.
I will try to actually lurk up through mid if we do it fast A.
Yeah. 'Cause
Can you blind us in, Lily?
Oh, the site or long range?
Here and then sight. We can go long together.
You guys are going fast, right?
Yeah.
Concealment.
Enemies.
One right, one right, one to right, one to right.
She was there.
Two.
Dash out.
Grenade.
I'm gonna send a clone
I'm
in.
gonna stun your backside.
Nice.
Satchel out.
Cage triggered.
Satchel out.
I think.
Ooh, got another one.
80 Brim. CT.
I'm far. Stay alive.
She dropped.
Oh,
Player
she
standing.
dropped.
Pulling them in. Bye, Boomer.
One enemy remaining.
You did
my
it to
God,
them again?
People, come
Bro.
on.
Peter, what?
You're
Wow.
Insane.
you're
That was good. Repositioning.
No wonder you won 2 out of 3 OTV invitationals.
yeah. What the
Wait, did you
fuck?
win, Peter?
2 out of 3.
Hey, they don't know which 2. There's still 2 out of 3.
We
That's a lot.
don't know which 2. That's right. You're so right for that, Queen.
Wait, how'd you guys all do in the tournament?
Oh, why did you
Oh
ask?
wow, why? Yeah, you know, just
I
Well,
won.
no. Peter and
Oh, nice.
Scarra got to the finals.
That's true.
They versed each other. That was cool.
Also true.
The better man won. Everyone knows
Yo,
it.
you're crazy if you go. in here.
Smoking. Help him get on site, guys.
Nice kill.
Wait, hold on. I need a wall. Cage for myself. I need cage for myself. Heal now.
I'm playing for all.
snapped on that guy.
There's
One garage.
Yeah, you did. I swear when someone clutches, it
Fake teleport.
inspires them.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
All good.
Here.
You guys are.
Got his ass.
All good.
They want to dance? I'll lead.
I can alt us in somewhere.
Sorry, I should do flanking trips. Let me think. Where you guys want to go A?
I actually do feel like our aim went pretty well, but now Blau is opping, so I don't know.
How do you want to play this? Where are you opping a short?
Can't catch us.
Where are you going,
I'm
Blau?
not be long. I'm gonna kill someone right here. Ready?
Get out of
Okay,
my way.
I'll watch your
Get ult.
short.
I'll spike
Yo,
I watch your
hey.
short 'cause Scarra was in front of
down.
me.
Sorry, says sorry. Oh.
How about I leave and not go there?
Punish you.
Can we go?
My ult's
Push!
ready.
They're gonna push them.
Well divided.
They'll think we're. Wait. Why are you showing? Oh god.
What? What? Sorry, no, don't go in there.
You know what? Fuck it, it's fine.
He was in the window.
He's in window. Window dead.
Nice.
Reloading.
Last
Oh,
player
one garage.
standing.
Time to jump.
Oh my god, my jump key.
See the jump.
Is
No,
it?
it's because like I recently put jump back on space because I wanted to play Jet, but my jump used to be crouched, so now it's like a really bad habit.
Oh, is that why you jumped in the game against Sim?
No, that was just me being scared.
Oh, that.
Oh my god.
Oh, let me buy you, Lily.
C's kind of weaker, honestly.
No, I think I just stood in front of Poke. You got 3K.
Why are you getting another off?
That goes there.
Whoa! You can do what you want, Blau. But if
I'm an opper, okay?
But if you drop this, we're throwing the next op after that.
Okay.
All right. One more. Plat. Back plat. Back plat.
Decoy.
Obscuring
Smoking.
blocking
We're mollied off.
Cutting through.
Careful. We cannot go in with
What's
you.
going on here?
My pot of broke.
Oh, we cannot go in with you here.
I'm dead.
Alright.
All right, I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Bye, my friends.
Oopsie.
Could push out here.
Oopsie.
Yeah.
I think they might have an op now too. I don't know how though. That's crazy. Yep. They have
All
an
right,
op.
we're playing slow, me and Lily.
You got a cage for me or something?
I can get her. I can get you out. Yeah. Hold on. I can get you out. Hold up. Lily, you go. You go.
Where? Go where? What do I do?
Make some
Cage
space somewhere.
trigger.
One pushed out. Towards hay.
Why destroyed?
Okay.
Nice.
I'm just
Where
gonna
is
see.
everyone
Nah, we won this.
hiding?
We won this.
Last player standing.
138 brim.
That's true.
Oh, sorry. Wait, did I tell you to go out there?
I find
think.
them. I kill them. Simple as that.
I think our issue is if Blau's our go the fuck in guy, he can't have an op.
Whoa,
So if
Blau,
Blau's-
buy
If
another
Blau's
op.
no, that just means if Blau's
No,
opping,
no,
then
I
Lily
agree,
needs to
I
go
agree,
in.
I
Then
agree.
Lily needs to go in. We just need
Okay.
to trade the like the play style. You know what I mean? That's all. I don't think there's anything wrong with Blau having op.
save,
It's just
good
Lily
save,
needs to
good
go the
save.
fuck
Yeah,
in.
good save.
I mean, go the hecky in.
Here.
Okay, where are we
where
going?
do you
I
want
think
me
we
to go
should
in?
just
I can go
I
in
just I
somewhere.
want to play
go
default.
fast, yeah.
Oh, you want to go fast? Okay.
Which site?
Blocking vision.
Okay,
This is
one
the
of our
opposite of fast.
initiators decide.
Which
please.
site? Which
Wait,
site? Which
guys,
site?
we
See?
should go B. We haven't gone
B?
B yet.
Time to jump.
Yeah.
I'll handle this.
I like it.
No, hold on.
Cage
Jet's
No one.
all flanking.
I don't see
window.
anyone in sight. There's no one on.
Enemy spotted.
Planted the spike.
Grenade.
Ah, shit, he's on.
Cage trigger.
No, I whiffed so hard. Oh my god. Rim 110.
My ultimate is ready.
One C link, one A link.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, Scarra.
I
that was so
almost
cool.
fucking. I almost went crazy there.
You did. That jerk.
Lily, were you flashing while you're in your ult?
God
No.
Can you
damn
flash for us
it.
next time when you're in your ult? No.
Okay.
Yeah, we win that fight there.
Let's go. Let's go. Except.
Okay, I'll
Dude,
that was still a good hit though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good.
I have a play, I think.
Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no,
spell
I
out, spell
think
out.
I think I fake A and get them to over rotate because they have ops, so they might over rotate. So I
Okay,
fake
yeah,
A.
I'm down.
I liked
And
faking.
then
I think it's
you
really
guys
good.
garage. You guys either garage to C.
We
or
play
you go
contact
C
or
long.
garage. Yeah, I'm down.
Watch
Just careful
for
for
the
ops.
sky.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
smoke
like
long
it.
and just make it seem like I'm
Uh,
a monkey.
Wait, let's pause.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything.
Okay, now let's go garage. Contact. So let's just go slow.
They only heard one person though,
Want me to
so.
flash in or?
Nope, just walk.
We walk it. We walk
You guys
it.
could probably go now.
Hold on. I'm a little slow, guys.
Backside C.
Do you?
There's at least 2 here. Possibly 3.
Okay.
I made noise. I'm caging.
Cage trigger.
Oh.
Spike
I didn't
down.
cage the
C.
other. Fuck me, man. That's
Two
bad.
CT. Wait for me.
Time to jump.
Bomb buddy out.
Nice.
Take them out.
You're beast.
My
God,
ult's
you're
ready.
crazy.
Jet with an op, probably no idea.
Recovering it.
Pushing me.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Oh fuck!
I
You
need
push
Pushing
it.
garage. Could be flank. I have no idea.
With Peter. On Peter. Wow.
Wow.
You're crazy.
Always.
How much should I be paying you?
Yeah.
right now?
What the
Holy
fuck?
shit.
You're.
The
This
best.
man ordered Wendy's. That's all I know.
Feeling it.
Get that.
I'm a Wendy's gamer. That's what they call me.
Holy moly,
Snapping on
man.
them too.
I will happily call you a Wendy's gamer.
You're.
I'm a Wendy's
You're-
gamer. Or I could buy one.
Oh
I
yeah,
need
yeah.
this.
Thank you.
Five
Okay.
daggers. They can still off.
This goes
Okay,
here.
I'll pull up.
Wait, guys, what about a B? Give me bomb, give me bomb. We do B hit with me
That goes
plant.
there.
Give me
Okay.
bomb.
Down.
Watch this.
Wait, what are we doing?
Obscuring vision.
Ow, fuck you.
Careful.
He spammed it. God damn it.
Bomb buddy out.
Our spike carrier is
Oh
killed.
fuck.
I'm sorry.
Spike down
Where's?
B.
Okay.
One more.
They just
Nice.
pushed my smoke. Nice.
Grim is in there somewhere. Cover his ass.
Give me a corpse.
I'm watching garage.
Planted.
I'm playing close plant.
No more charges.
Go.
Camera taken out. Where
I'm multi.
is everyone hiding?
Get up. Get
Got
up.
your trail.
One.
I'm tapping off ping.
Better than yours.
Shit.
Get some ping.
Pinging.
Are they off? Or we don't know?
No, could still be on.
Okay, off. We heard two guns. I'll go.
On it
check.
again.
One
Not
enemy
half.
remaining.
Off.
Dead.
Off.
Nice.
Dead.
No. Let's
Let's
fucking
go.
go, lads. All right, go. Let's trucking, bro, in the flats.
Match.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's right, brother.
Load him out.
Send to me immediately. Yeah, Peter's fucking nuts, man.
Where was that Odin player spamming from?
He was
From
spamming
window.
Yep.
They have 4
How do I
ults. Be careful.
spam- How do I spam back? Can you guys break the board?
Okay, well, I could ping where they spam from, probably like here or here.
Let's
I
start
can't
this
wait
party.
for him to get.
Wait,
fucking-
sorry. What are we doing? Are we going to?
No, we're
I don't know.
We're watching Block get rolled here. Hold up.
Get out of my way.
Oh, I love it.
Oh
Oh my
Nice.
god, you beat him.
Let's take it.
Oh.
garage?
No,
Big
wait, wait.
garage, yeah?
We can wait a little bit.
Actually, we can wait. Let's
Yeah,
just wait.
no. I think they're gonna push
Yeah,
A.
true.
I think they're
We
pushing
can wait
A.
for rotates.
Oh, they're pushing mid. Yeah, Pokey, watch A. This.
Well, we have a.
Oh, here we go.
Nice,
Fuck
okay.
you. We're going A.
Let's go.
Jet dash. Garage.
Oh, okay. Lily, you can look
Good
here.
fucker.
We're moving, okay? You can slowly make it to A afterwards.
Body. A is clear.
Cage
1-7.
Okay. No fucking way.
One CT. I have ping.
CT,
Play back here with me.
Cage
One heaven. Play back here. Just wait for a tap.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Drop from heaven. Both sides.
I'm waiting.
Hold for swing.
One
Hold for swing.
graffiti, one side.
Pulling them in.
Carry on, Jet.
Last player standing.
Wow.
God.
Damn it.
He's a demon.
Oh
If you really.
These things happen. All good.
Wait, we weren't even lined up really, and she like just mowed
We were
us.
lined up. Or I mean, I think we were lined up, and also she just had the fucking
Give me a
the
moment.
freaking old
I need to see.
Oh yeah.
old like
A little
the
tiny icons, yeah,
old
it's really
speed
nice. Lily
shooting
made most
speed
of the
thing,
tiny icons.
you know.
Need a drop.
Why do Reynas not use like phantoms with their ult? Oh.
Because they just feeling their aim. They just want to shoot heads.
Are Reyna
you buy
supposed to
me?
use Phantom?
I mean, they use both. It's whatever.
Okay, please.
All right, they used 3
Oh,
ults that
sorry, I
round.
didn't
So
know.
we're chilling. We have 3 ults.
Blow something up.
Yeah.
This goes here.
Bomb buddy out.
Oh, it's the Jet.
Dude, where that mid?
She was up on top of C.
Yeah. If Jet's C, I am not interested in C.
Other.
You see? Hmm.
I am scared.
Me too.
Grass.
I hear them. No, here coming. I'm gonna go see. Yo, I'm slowly walking C. I heard them on the link.
Here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm running. C.
Lily.
What?
Oh, I'm booking.
Okay,
I'm
so-
Can we go together? Wait,
Yeah,
Scarra, wait,
chilling,
just wait,
chilling.
just wait for us four to go.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Running.
I can
They
cage
have,
Fawn.
they have res. They have
We're
res.
just
It's
gonna
fine.
res, yeah.
I can cage
Let's just
Fawn.
take space. Oh, I can't smoke. I can't smoke garage. I can't smoke garage. I'm gonna lurk through garage. Okay.
Planted the spike.
Oh my, she shot me through the cage.
One garage. Wait. Don't peek.
Oh, I did not. Fuck. I did not go all the way around.
One enemy remaining.
Get out of
Last
my way.
player standing.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Attackers win.
Yes! This is
We did it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That was such an intense game.
Wow, it was fucking crazy.
Honestly, against an immortal Jet, we kind of did really well.
Yeah.
The Jet
I
got a third one.
agree. I agree.
Well, Peter, Pokey, you guys were playing kind of nutty.
Thanks, man. Peter is actually my idol. I was just trying to be like him.
Oh, not at all. You're my idol. Hold on.
This
Let me
shit's
go to my
fucking
Poke
hard.
Shrine real quick. Give me a sec.
No.
Do you guys think I'm anyone's idol?
Maybe
Hmm.
Lily's.
Absolutely, man. Someone looks up to
LP,
you.
Is that true?
No.
Maybe ask your chat. That would be the best place to look, right?
My chat is no. They're very mean to me.
Oh.
They're playful. They're playful. That's
Wait, how does it say? Oh, never mind. Okay.
Alright, guys.
Are we going
a
again?
question. Oh yeah, we queue this. Who's our keeper? Oh, am I the leader? Oh my gosh. All right, guys. What kind of music do you enjoy listening to while gaming late into the night?
Really hype
Match
R&B,
found.
hip hop, like.
K-pop, Stray Kids.
Oh my god, I thought you were gonna say straight kids. I was like, kids music?
No.
fuck?
Stray Kids. SKZ.
Got it.
K-pop.
Okay, man.
Stream S-Class on every
You know-
platform out there.
One of the guys on Stray Kids knows who I am.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he talked about me on one of his lives.
Wait,
What?
he also knows who you are, Scarra. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
He likes
He's
TFT.
an OTV fan.
Let's go.
No, he likes Toast and Scarra because of TFT, and
Oh.
also Boxbox, and also Pokey.
Oh.
Well,
You didn't have to
I
say it like
feel
that.
honored.
Yeah. So if you guys can help me get Anita to meet Stray Kids because that's her favorite group ever, I would appreciate that. Thank
Do
you.
you even think it'd be a big deal for her?
I think she would cry, like actual tears.
Wow.
Okay, we'll work on it. We'll work on it.
A first-time chatter, W Kyle 6969 in my chat said, "You're my idol, bro." Oh my god, they're first-time chat. They must just be really quiet and intimidated by me, right? That's why they haven't.
Okay.
When did they make the account? Hey mods, can you check? When was the account made?
The account was created May 13th, 2023, and they don't follow me, but it's probably because I'm on an alt account.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
They're a little shy.
Sorry, I used all my juice that last game, so you guys are gonna have to
No, we got
pull
you.
me up by your bootstraps. You feel?
No. Whatever you said. No.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Think you can keep up? Who am I kidding? You know you can't keep up.
Blau, as a Wendy's gamer, what would you buy on Jet pistol round?
Well, as a Wendy's Jet gamer, I like to either go Ghost or Sheriff.
Ah, it's a great choice.
I'll Ghost it this round. Ghost and a little cloud burst,
Loading.
Yeah, I like it. Let's do it.
Oh my god, they have serotonin and melatonin. Okay, we got some neurotransmitters going on. It's kind of sick.
Cypher set up
someone.
here. We could just like break a setup and leave. We don't have to actually stay.
Find you.
Reload.
All right, we got one cage, two cages,
Reload.
and Omen smoke. All right, we can cancel. And then we re-hit.
Oh. Wait, didn't you hear the same noobs? Only noobs rehit?
Well, they must have a cam somewhere. 'Cause they just tried to tag me.
Recovering it.
Okay, we can't.
All right, we're still showing it. We're
Yeah,
still
we-
showing C.
Oh.
Oh, he's hit 81.
Nice.
Nice.
Reloading.
Last gun's mine now.
Nice kill. Let's go.
Thank you.
There's a gap in my smoke on the right side. Care.
That's fine. I got it.
Oh wait, I'm planning for mound.
I like that you're playing like a duelist always, though. Slay.
Cage trigger.
All right, one door. I'm gonna smoke it. Give me my smoke. There we go.
Obscuring vision.
No more charges left.
He's
Oh,
in.
walked in. Already here.
One enemy remaining.
90 harbor. Someone jumping right click him, jumping right click him, jumping right click. Oh, y'all
I
have
can't see.
ghosts. Nice.
Nice. Good.
Close.
Good
Wait, is
kill.
that Sheriff?
Lily Pichu.
Reloading.
Ooh, nice kill.
An injured dog bites hard. Careful.
I could give you a sheriff blow if you want it. Or anyone, honestly.
Toss me. I don't think I'm buying up. Here.
I'll toss you any day.
I'm here.
Yeah. Here, wait.
All right, where are we hitting? B?
Yeah,
He would never
I'm gonna hit a bit. I don't like B as much. So many angles.
Where are they?
Yes, this should do.
Want me to eyeball this, or are you gonna like
I'm gonna lurk through here.
Oh, Harbor's up.
see?
Sassy.
You ready to trade me?
Find you.
Oh, he's not up.
Nice.
Nice. I have an idea. We walk up A,
Oh, out. Shit.
but then
Enemy
we
spotted A.
break this, and we actually go
Down,
B,
down, down.
Straz,
Run up.
bitch.
Cage
Caging.
trigger.
Someone's a defender spawn. Concealment.
Bitch.
Nice. I'm with
One
you.
enemy remaining.
Nice
Go.
work. Nice work.
Bulldog on
Oh,
right.
last guy is. Yep.
Nice.
Kills ass.
Get him, Lily.
Nice round blow.
Nice. Okay. I can't use this gun. I guess
Can
I
I
could.
have that sheriff or that
No,
bulldog
take
or
this. I
something?
don't
Thank
want to
you
use
very
this
much.
gun.
That's crazy.
Scarra.
I'm not big on bulldog. What's up?
Scarra. Oh, did you? Wait, we're not buying then.
No, I'm buying. I'm about to buy.
Oh, but go on and
If you guys
buy.
can get me on C, I can do some nasty stuff.
Where are you
I
going?
can get you
Huh?
on C.
Oh,
Watch
get me on
this.
C then.
Watch
My
this.
bubble gun.
Rise and
Thank
Watch.
you.
Oh, hold on. Let me.
Cutting their vision.
All right, Cypher shit's here.
Where are
Ready?
reloading.
Whoa.
Smoking.
Obscuring. Blocking
Catch
vision.
them. Stealing sight.
Bring them down. Pulling them in.
Close right.
Bring them down.
Crossing. Close.
Oh,
Enemy seen.
that's my bad.
Okay.
Last player standing.
Camera taken out. One
Nice.
dead.
You could
Both sides,
leave.
both
You could
sides.
leave.
Cage triggered.
I think I have to play it.
Tripwire destroyed.
They were looking at
Sorry,
you.
I
You had plenty of time. You could leave there.
No, as soon as I hit with the dog, I thought they would push because I heard the cage go
I
off.
killed them. Simple as that.
But
Okay.
yeah, before the dog, I agree. I should have just ran.
They
was a crazy
were
eco run, honestly.
buy.
We can. Poke me, but yeah.
Okay.
We buy.
Yeah, we buy.
This goes here.
Okay. So,
We got to
all right.
bury
Fuck
that
it. I'll
teleporting
smoke
ghost.
stairs. I'll smoke
Right
here,
there.
here, and then maybe like suck here or something.
Stealing sight.
I'm watching.
What is who's block?
No one close. Someone close.
I'll
Picking
find
back
you.
up.
Concealment.
Pushing up.
Obscuring vision.
Hit him twice.
Bring them down.
Cutting their vision.
Cannot see.
Jesus.
Bring them down.
Got one.
Tripwire destroyed.
One upper rafters.
Can I go B? Yes
Yeah,
or no?
go B,
Yeah.
go B, go B, go B, go B.
Your trail.
Can someone...
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Last guy was tree, I think.
I have planted the
Ow.
No idea.
Oh, he's here.
Shit.
120.
I got,
30,
hold on,
30,
hold on.
right?
Wait. Hang off ping.
Oh,
Blow.
that's fine.
But closer.
Blow.
Yes.
Blow.
Yeah. What?
Why is it that when someone goes, he's 120, you decide to jet alt?
To right
Could
click.
you just explain that to me?
You can feel the power of the bacon later inside of his body.
Wait, easy
I-
long range right click, right?
I could buy one.
You could right click with your classic.
I could buy
Oh,
one.
if you could buy one, we should buy
I-
it. We should buy it.
Okay, well, you know what? Maybe I'm not as confident with the classic, so I wanted to.
that goes there.
Time to work.
You're just diffing the brain, honestly.
Yeah, thank
In a
you.
good way, because you love Wendy's and I love Wendy's too. All right.
Mentally, I love Wendy's too.
Obscuring vision. Where are
Guys here.
Okay, apple up.
Marked one.
There's
Bring
two.
them down. Concealment. Take hold.
We can chill.
Got one.
Oh.
One more.
There.
Sky.
No more charges.
One at the wall. I'm reloading.
Yo, we could do this.
I
Okay,
want
we
to.
could.
Just go through to B, yeah.
Oh, I feel so safe in here.
Go.
In sight.
Well divided.
Careful.
I'll lurk.
Okay, apple up.
I have alert too.
Harbor. Shit.
I have planted the spike. My ultimate is
Two by
ready.
stairs.
He's right there. He's right there.
Sky through. Nice, good kill. One more. Smoking it. Out.
I marked him.
Right there.
One stairs.
One enemy remaining.
80, the last dude.
Nice, good shot.
No. Oh god, that's my second kill. Okay.
If you've never seen a massacre.
Ooh, I think I like Astra a lot. I just need to play
You're
her more.
doing really well with her. Like both aggressively and just in general. You already know how to play smoke, so.
Oh, you think so, Scarra?
Nah, you're shit. You got second for a reason.
Her
bro.
Harbor says I couldn't smoke. I love you.
Stop.
Wait, if you're her Harper, is he his Astra?
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Oh, I'm changing my name to his Astra 100%.
That's kind of cute.
Get out of my way.
Who peeked?
No. I'm just pre-fire.
Grab that, Lily.
Still in sight.
Blocking concealment.
Cutting their vision.
Pulling them in.
There's
Tuck it
gonna
on
be a
site,
trip
tuck it on site.
somewhere.
Cage triggered.
There's a trip in this crook.
No, wait.
I hate my life. They pushed out two of them.
Enemy spotted. C.
I know exactly.
anonymous.
Bring them down.
One mount, two mount. One on site.
Oh my god.
Anti Lily.
Dude.
Well, anti everybody, but especially Lily.
But especially Lily.
Wait, what about me?
Yeah, because you know, like kind of do it all. I respect it.
Have you guys ever seen Bridgerton?
Did I not?
Yeah.
One dream
Lady
ends.
Lily, that was
Another
exquisite
begins.
gunplay.
That was quite exquisite.
Dude,
I hate you.
what I hate about this game is sometimes you throw something and it would just bounce off.
Hey, Blau.
Yeah.
Sell the op and buy 2 people,
Oh my god.
Reloading.
Fine.
please.
Or you could half armor op and then buy someone.
Stay safe.
I think.
No.
No, I believe you. You're like
Fine,
cosplaying
I'm
cryo. I got
WQing.
you.
Still in sight.
That's what I like to hear. I'm gonna W key with you, and we're gonna win this
I'm
round.
watching
Let's
close.
go.
Blind
Okay,
out.
nope. No close.
Find you.
I will blind sight. Okay.
Is
Ready?
that their op or our
They're
our
up. They're up.
Here.
One right here.
Three's here.
Nice.
Guys, I would like to go see.
Three more, yeah. You guys could go B or anywhere else, really.
No, there's one
Here.
guy right here. I cannot go B. I'm running.
Dog on your heels, run.
I'm not running. I was just kidding.
Oh, I like this. I like this re-hit.
No, 80 on Jet, 59 on Harbor. Why is he jumping?
Last player
Oh,
standing.
40?
Spike down A.
Nice, 4 bullets.
LP,
Winnable.
this is all you.
I hit Sky 40. She's
Yeah,
one.
I hit this guy 40.
Women's hit one.
NT.
ATT. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Sorry, that was a uncomfortable position.
Win.
Yeah, I whiffed really hard because the Harbor was jumping up and down like this, and then I fucking hit him for like 8 or 59.
It's
Pain.
in that situation.
I'm broke
Do I just break the wall and take the 50-50? It's
Hard to say because like we could try catching them on the rotate because we had a really good position, but I whiffed. So that's mostly execution failure on my part.
I was just running because I thought you guys could just take.
Where
the,
are you?
Yeah, no, that was a smart play, especially baiting the Omen ult. It was more just like I should have gotten 2.
Ooh.
Hey,
I
opping
dinged.
here,
I
dude.
dinged.
I don't like that. I don't like going where there's a no.
Doesn't clear.
Oh,
All right, we're on B. We're on B.
Okay, I'm going. We're going. All right, you lurk. I'm. Oh.
I was using util. My bad.
Mark
Omen's in the smoke.
Well, if you guys want to wait, you can wait.
Yeah, you can slow it down now. You don't need to speed
No,
up.
literally, I'm caging you out. Caging you out.
Cage
Caging you out.
triggered.
If you want to come. I'm going C. I'm going C.
Just chill, just chill.
Oh.
Are you sure,
134 Harbor.
We're gonna go A. We're gonna go A. Fuck this.
Everything sucks.
We got to take. Probably someone's here.
Take hold. Last
I missed
player
all my shots.
standing.
I'm fucking shit.
Spike down A.
All
Go
good.
first, right?
Nah, that's fine.
Make their fear your weapon.
I
Use a
think
gun.
this
Whichever.
is.
I can buy.
eco.
I can buy. Oh, no, I mean, I can buy one and run daggers, or we eco.
Oh, if you can run daggers, that's fine. Yeah, by poke, by poke. I can go half.
Thank you.
I think we should.
Okay, I like getting space
because
A.
they have an op.
Yeah,
So
I like getting space A, and then we.
My eyes.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Balance.
If they have an op, it's fucking impossible.
I can do like a little jump peek on A with daggers. Maybe. Yeah. It's Cam.
Oh, what is that jump peak? Oh my god.
Me and Lily are lurking up.
I hear. They're going to A. Wait, hold on. I hear a lot of.
I think you guys are gonna eventually hit C here. I'm gonna fake
Do you
them
want me
on.
to? Hold on.
Hold on. We're working. We're working.
trail.
Oh, she has our trial.
I think we started working towards C.
Yeah, you guys hit C. You can hit C here.
Where are you? My ult ready.
nice. Good
Nice.
kill.
I'm planning here. For now.
Oh, wait.
Obscuring vision.
I have planted the spike.
Planning for Mound.
Reloading.
I'm playing close. I'm playing close.
Watching flank.
I have cam on it. You can wait.
Camera taken.
2 towards waterfall.
Cage triggered.
Lily, do you have the juice thingy
The what?
Cage triggered.
section?
No, I don't.
Tripwire destroyed.
Can someone?
Where are you? Enemy C.
I'm sucking off tap.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh,
As an op.
Hopping back.
opping.
I'm not gonna.
All good. Good round.
Yo, so I have a hilarious story. I ordered my food to Celine's place.
Oh my god. What?
So she gets to enjoy delicious Wendy's.
Enjoying delicious Wendy's. 'cause
Wait, let me
now
give you my
can order.
address so you can actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, I would if I cared about you. So we should buy.
Oh my god! Damn,
And,
dude, that's
Remember how I bought you
spicy.
last time?
ay, ay, ay.
Almost as spicy as a bacon later. Am I right?
The bacon later
Are they
isn't
even
spicy.
Spicy?
You don't know that. You can put hot sauce on it.
Oh my bad.
Oh my god.
What's
Wait,
up,
you're
Op? What's
so
up, Op?
quiet, like a little pipsqueak.
Oh, up here.
Many enemies.
I'm gonna fake smoke.
There's two.
I hit him.
Don't commit. Fake smoking. I'm getting out.
Hit the opera once. He's 100.
All right, they think we're rotating.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
try
we
to
hit
get the
these
lurk.
actually good.
I'm gonna throw stars on B. Oh, they saw
Hold on,
you.
play.
Push down.
Spike
Nice.
down. Attacker
Good trade.
spawn. I have the spike. You disappoint me.
Pokey's got B.
Wow, he did know.
Wait, the dog saw you. Of course he knew.
Are we going
I
B?
didn't think the
Yeah,
dog
yeah.
saw me.
The dog literally turned in your direction.
Oh, it did.
I'm going to see it. Running C.
They will cover.
You can play for the lurk if you want. Up to you. I'm gonna play for post
They
plant.
know I'm here. They know I'm here.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Yeah.
My ult's ready.
Can you smoke water?
Well
perchance?
divided.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, I fucked up my smoke actually.
It's okay.
I need a stop.
One enemy remaining.
Blind.
Okay.
You are the goat. You are the
That's
goat.
Empress right there. Let's go.
You are the goat.
Oh, Raid is so fun when you're feeling it, you know?
Yeah. If you're having kills,
Holy.
Reina's super fun. If you're dying, it's O. It's an O. You guys rich? Ah, my rich friends.
I need this.
Scarra.
Yeah.
They could still be opping.
Yes.
Reloading.
I will find you.
You just nerfed yourself, Scarra. I'm just letting you know.
What do you mean? That's such a good vandal.
I love.
I'm smoking across.
Still inside. Covering it. Find you.
Smoking this?
I can ult inside if you want. Should I do it?
We've never gone through tree.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it. Yeah.
Enemies
It's really good all.
down. Mark 2. Bring them
Buried.
That got me.
Where is everyone hiding?
You want to get in here?
Scarra, yeah,
Oh
bomb.
fuck! I bomb. I was gonna lurk. I'm so sorry.
blocking V.
Okay.
Triggered.
So I had such a good angle to lurk too.
Nice. One more, I think.
Nice kill, though.
Oh, Harbor.
We'll catch
Oh,
them.
shit.
Right.
Harbor's here.
Someone show me
Where
their
are you?
head.
Okay, maybe not.
My camera is
Careful, upper.
destroyed.
Two upper. One more. Jet.
Oh, he's
Oh,
player
he's
standing.
lower.
80 jet.
One enemy remaining.
She dropped.
Clutch.
Nice.
Peter.
I'm too
I
sharp
got you
for
guys. I got you.
Last
You
round
too.
in the half.
You've been.
that. Buy what you need.
That round's on me.
Kind of going crazy.
Reloading.
I'm going crazy for Wendy's delicious food. I could buy you.
I love you for that.
You better run his check, actually.
Need a drop.
I would love it if a company sponsored us in a way like this, you know, where like, you know, Blau, you get the sponsor, but then we all get food so we can all talk about it while we
Yes,
eat.
please just send me
Like, I'm
some
just hungry. I'm just hungry.
She's just hungry,
I'll
guys.
just do it myself. I'll order you guys Wendy's.
Covering it.
Was that their smoke or ours?
There's smoke. Oh, where their harbor wall was smoking.
Cutting their vision.
They have up here. We don't have to commit to this.
Mopping.
Here, hold on. Give me a sec. Let's break this wall and then.
Oh, entry first.
Get.
Yep.
We'll catch them.
Yes, you will.
Smoking. Oh, I don't have smokes. Shit.
Oh, up heaven.
No, 80 on Omen. Still alive. Two up there.
Bam.
One more.
Enemy B.
Sky.
Bring them down.
One more main.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Oh,
Hopper was
from-
B or
Last
A.
player standing.
Mommy.
Okay, yeah. I just bronchitis. It's actually getting a lot better,
What
but
is
like,
that?
yeah, sometimes it's just going to like.
That was harbor stuff.
Yeah, the harbor orb breaks. Nice.
You are so much smarter and better and more successful and more
Thank
pog.
you.
Holy
What else? What else?
Switching sides.
Jesus. Oh my god, let me get the list out. Give me a sec.
Oh,
Holy crap.
I'm
That
holding
felt
C.
nice.
You also
very, very
smell good. I don't know what perfume you use, but it's pretty good.
You see, Lily can say that because that would be really weird if I.
Exactly.
That's true.
This is true. This is true.
It's a good layup on that one. Thank you, Lily.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Oh, I should trip B and C here, actually. Give me a sec. If you guys want to rotate fast.
Actually, I don't know where to start here.
If you want to rotate fast, I got a trip for you, okay?
I'll play more passive here, okay, Blah?
Intel is their obstacle.
One A.
One C?
1, 2.
I'm
Are they
going.
in?
You can go. You can go. You can go. I have the trips for you. I have trips for you.
Might be up already.
Damn.
That's tough. Nice. Good shots.
Oh.
One holding tree, one default.
Oh no.
Last player standing.
Jesus.
Let's go.
Nice try. That was really hard.
NT.
Sorry, but it was full blind.
Yeah, I got full blind. I should have turned it and we would have been okay.
I thought I turned it, but
You guys want
no.
to stack C?
Sure, I'm down.
C? Oh, I'm down.
Yeah.
No more charges left.
Is this called gravel?
That goes there.
Honestly, I don't know the callouts on Lotus very well.
Yep.
Well, they know two are here.
My eyes are down.
I'll find you.
I think they might have seen you cross.
No, there's no way.
Cage trigger. Caught one.
Multiple enemies. Reload.
100 on Sky.
Only I
Nice,
could
good
see you
kills.
hide.
3 here.
Last
Hit him
player
40,
standing.
48. 48 harbor.
No charges.
Both lit, both lit.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Oh,
Your beast.
nice, Lily!
Good clutch, good clutch.
Oh my gosh, she's the fucking goat!
Nice call, Pokey.
That's
I did not think
right
her.
there.
That was a great call.
5 at C there.
Who the fuck
Good call, good
lights
call.
my
Let's
lady?
go.
Holy.
Psychic.
Dude, thank God I fucking.
Thanks, Scarra. Thanks for recognizing my skull.
Yeah.
That was a sick fucking
Oh
call.
my God.
Oh.
Thank God I put the trip there because I was like, I wonder if they're gonna do C.
Dude, no, like that was perfect all around when they passed Blau and then the trippy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I
literally clutching the
died.
fuck up.
Oh.
Me too, man. Me
The,
too.
the dying part was you know, that could have been better.
That was optional, but you know.
Yes, this should do.
Since we're opping, I'm gonna go more towards C.
One enemy.
Nice shot.
Nice.
Coming out.
80 harbor mid.
I smoked B. They're up. They're up A. No,
They're
he
up A?
fucking
I'm
ran
up.
up.
Spike down
One stairs,
A.
one stairs at
Nice.
Sky. Careful your spawn, careful spawn, Scarra.
We have Spike C.
One enemy
Nice,
remaining.
got his ass.
Harbor's 80.
Do you know where?
He was
Oh, no.
mid, but he would have gone
He was
somewhere else
lurk.
by now.
He was like
He's
really.
lurking, yeah.
I think you guys just play together and then play retake, right? Oh wait, you have Spike. Never mind. Just group up.
He's
Oh.
here.
In front of stairs.
Okay, up. He crossed the stairs. He's in stairs right now.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, let's push Blau. Let's push.
Squash the love.
Nice.
Scarra's a god. Scarra's the best ever.
Wait, it's just like
He's the one true king.
The fucking Harper wall goes down. He wasn't even
Dude,
ready.
Sky
for
just
it?
ran upstairs and headshot me with a sheriff. I'm owned. Can I? Oh wait, nope. Can I get this? Oh wait, I can't. What? There we go.
I think I op C here. Because I just.
Oh shit! You're right. But can
I get a buy, please?
Oh yeah, we are buying. Okay.
Scar?
I can't buy.
Wow, this is a nice spot.
Sorry.
Scar?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got your trail.
Let me know. Oh, see?
Enemy spotted C.
Falling back.
I must wait a moment. Careful now. My
Nice.
I'm blinded. I can't help you, Scar.
140. Guys, 10 life.
I know
Cypher.
exactly where you are.
One lit. Close.
One enemy remaining.
He's full. Nice.
Nice.
Get the op.
Nice.
On my body, up on my
Got it,
body.
got it.
Cosmetic ult.
Reloading.
Scarra.
I'm ready.
Where is my Oppie Wendy's boy? There we are.
Oh, thank you. Free Vandal.
Wendy's boy.
What?
Dude, I don't have enough money to buy another one. What?
Oh shit! Can someone buy me?
Yeah, can someone buy Lily?
Can someone buy me? Can someone buy me?
Either Pokey or yeah.
I can.
Well, now
I
we
think
both
we're
have
chilling.
Yeah.
ice cream vandals. Yay!
Fucking ice cream vandals, man.
It's so cute.
Yalla, Mshina.
Are you upping?
That goes there.
Careful, B.
Oh, I shouldn't repeat that. There's two pushing through on B.
Cage triggered.
Oh, I'm multi.
Everyone hiding.
Wait 2 seconds. Wait 2 seconds. Okay. One pushed up.
Towards C. They're running towards C.
Go see, yeah.
One B main still. Two B main. One more. Sky was on. Planning B right now.
Spike planted.
Lily
They're
has
both on
flank.
side.
Lily just...
Right by you, Scar, to your left.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Wait for Lily.
No way.
Lily, you can solo. Yeah. Nice.
Nice.
Good job.
Dude, I fucking... Where's...
Aw, God, Cypher's head looks
Huh?
So empty.
so funny.
I just lost my hat. Nothing else, man.
You need your hat back,
you're
bro.
a robo
No.
nutsack, man.
A thumbtack.
No,
Match point.
man.
Cause I don't want the
No moment of destiny.
Oh my god, LP, thank you so much for that op. Appreciate that a lot.
I'm being nice to you because you're sponsored right now.
When she swings with the Vandal, Lily peeks you.
This goes here.
You used that one before. You can't just keep reusing the same jokes over
I
and
haven't
over
heard that
again.
one, Blau. I haven't heard it, and I think it's quite clever.
Not everyone.
Clever?
has heard that
What did I say?
one,
Clever?
Lily.
Clever? I don't know.
Get out of my way.
It's A. I don't
That's-
hear anything. Yeah, it's A.
I don't
It's A.
see.
Oh shit,
Another
pop
one.
off.
This is your
Down
ace, bro.
A.
This is your ace.
Oh shit,
I'm
pop
I'm not
One
even
for
doing anything.
you.
I'm not even doing anything. Oh.
Camera taken out.
I'm gonna swing soon, okay? Ready? 3, 2, 1, swinging.
Ooh,
Okay.
40
Left side, left side.
action.
One right side, one left. They're swinging together. Lily's flanking. Hold, play slow,
Okay.
play slow as
Yeah.
fuck.
No, hide, Scar.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, I'm okay.
It's
You
okay.
got,
A.
you got
Lily's
this.
got this. So
Lily,
what?
play up.
Yeah, you got it, Lily. You got
Easy.
it. Keep going.
Knife him.
Where is he?
Oh no. Could be behind Rebel, Carrot. We don't know. Oh, wait, do you think he leaves,
What?
ults it, and then goes together? Or grabs one
He's
and...
at C. We saw Dorman.
Wait, sit on top of the... Wait.
Yeah.
Where is it? Where's the bomb?
Oh my,
I
he
don't
took it.
think we have it.
No, sit on top of the bomb. Sit on top of the... Both of you sit on top of the spike. Sit on top of the spike.
Oh my god!
Defenders.
I don't...
What?
I don't know.
I will take
I...
Huh?
No,
Wait,
that's
what?
that's a head scratcher right there.
Really was a head scratch.
Wait, I was not ready for him.
I did not think he would stick that.
Fascinating.
Okay.
Oh
okay.
no, I gotta go. I gotta go. I'm sorry. I'm like, no. I know this crew is doing so well, but I have dinner plans.
Okay.
Sadly.
Thanks for the games,
We understand.
Pokey.
Thanks for the
Goodbye.
game.
So again, soon
Yeah,
again.
we should do it
Yeah,
again.
I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah.
Lily, I'm gonna assign you as the planner. Okay.
Oh yeah, of course.
You're the glue of the team. You know.
Yeah, nope, I got it. Yeah.
You're the team captain. Captain.
Bye, Pokey. Have a good
Bye,
dinner.
Pokey. Enjoy your dinner.
Yes.
Do you guys have a fifth?
No.
But if I find one, do you want to keep playing or?
I'm
No.
about to play at least like 1-2 more games. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm down. Let's
alright.
do it.
Guys, do you
okay,
ever have straws in like a drink when you do this, where it's like?
Stop.
No, it's okay. I moved him.
Oh,
Thank you. That was quite kind.
Did I? Wait. Oh, sorry. I think my Discord disconnected there. Anyways, so this sounds like this is like.
Babe, I'm gonna have to ask you to stop.
Did you
The
call him
kids are
babe?
scared. I called him babe.
Goes like,
Can I not call him babe?
It's a little bit higher pitch.
Oh no, it's just Okay.
You have a problem, Ossifer?
Ossifer? Hold on. I'm
You're
looking for-
just really calling me out today, huh?
calling you out?
Wow, you're really just repeating the words that I say back to me, huh?
Back to you?
Back to you. It always comes around. No?
Okay, so
John Mayer?
should
Never
I
mind.
ask for a fifth? Does anyone
Yeah,
else
let me
have?
just invite 100 Thieves Cryo and see if he joins.
Damn. I want like 0.5% of cryo skills.
that
I think you're at 0.5% of cryo skills.
Just 0.5 is all I ask.
I don't know about that. The guy dropped a 50 bomb.
Scarra.
Am I skipping Hassan's
man.
birthday? I mean,
Nice here.
I don't see an invite.
I don't have a fifth.
It's
the
more
way.
like also.
Okay, I'm gonna call Michael.
I don't. It's
Okie
also
dokie,
just
okay.
like. No,
Cookie
you don't
cheese.
ask stuff like that because it's kind of weird. If people aren't there, there's got to be a reason. Just something. Maybe something came up. You know. Maybe I already had plans. Oh. Do we need a fifth? Okay, I'm not gonna do anything until.
I can't get over 20. Okay, but Wendy's. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no. What about Wendy's?
Love them.
Wait, I just realized no one even
I
got
have a
to
question
20
for you
last
guys.
game. Wait,
This
Blau's,
is game. This is wait.
Blau,
yeah,
you're
what's up?
not really silver, right? Like you're definitely like good.
Oh.
There's some like fake silvers here. Like I'm not gonna say who, but like playing Among Us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's definitely Blau.
I'm gonna put it to you this way: if you put me in a lobby with like diamond players, I'll play like a diamond player.
That doesn't
But if you
make
put
any
me-
sense.
But if you put me in a lobby with silvers, I play like so. I know it does make sense. Do you know about how octopus will change their bodies to the environment around them? That's me. I'm an octopus.
Okay, Michael
Valorant.
can't play until the sun goes down.
Can you just tell him to block out the sun?
No, like
Did
he
you-
needs to
did
do
you-
something with the sun, so he can't play until it
I
goes away.
can look for someone. What
Yo.
what elo do you guys want?
Or we could play one unrated.
Someone as good or better than Pokey. So good luck.
You want me to ask like?
Wait, I can look at my list. Hold on. Let me see.
Whoa, Blau. I'm gonna tell you that this is a very important job that I'm handing off to you. Okay, in the eyes of God and Wendy herself. Okay, are you ready?
I don't have anyone. Yeah. What's the task though?
Never mind. That was your task. You failed. It's okay though. It happens to the best of us.
I have to get 20 in the range, or I have to give 20.
Let me.
20?
Oh,
What
20 in the range
level?
is easy for you. You're a god.
Hard?
Yes, but I need like a little bit more warm up. So I get a few warm ups.
Ooh, I wanna
and then
try
I'm gonna
that.
Call out the round.
Wait, so anyone have a fifth? I got no one.
I can
so
look. I
Can you look? Thank you. I'm gonna do the range too.
But it might not be as good as Pokey.
We
You
can,
good?
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay, one more warm up, then I go. 20 in the range is kind of hard. I mean, I just don't play this game regularly to like.
Dude,
myself
you're the
dialed in.
fakest silver I've ever seen. All right, I have someone. But they need 5 minutes.
You need 5 minutes. Wait.
Okay. But yeah, you're definitely the fakest bronze, like silver ever. Like, I'm very confident that I
I got 11. That was hard.
Oh god.
I'm gonna go for it. Okay. I'm not gonna go for it. I moved my monitor closer. I need to recalibrate. Oh, I really need to recalibrate, guys.
Dude, I am of the opinion Lily is a very good silver gold player that's very momentum based. I think I am a just gold player and I'm momentum based as well. But I'm more like a vibe based. If the vibes are good, I'll do better.
Sorry.
And then Blau is probably plat for sure. Blau is not fucking silver. This guy's fucking cheater. Guys, it's the biggest cheater ever, man. I'm literally watching him on his games. I'm like, this is not a fucking silver player. Not a confidence game. It's true. I feel like the fucking meme, it's so over, we're so back, is like so true for Valo. Like I'll feel like shit one game, and like I'll get like a 3K or 2K. I'm like, we're so back, baby, and I get stuffed again. I'm like, all right, we're shit. Did you guys see Oscar the stats for this game? Which one? This game? He was like 8-2 on everyone else, except for me. How much commitment do you need to be good at actually good at the game? Depends if you're good at FPSs in general. If you are, probably not that much. If you aren't, then you're gonna need a bit. The thing that you have to realize is gamers are not like they're casual gamers and they're just like there's like hardcore gamers like, and people improve at different rates, you know.
Oh, do we have a fifth?
Yes, she needs.
Oh, poggers. Okay.
Like 3 minutes.
No problem.
And she is silver gold.
In the meantime,
Yeah.
LP.
What?
Scarra, Broden, I have a question.
Broden?
Who are you talking to?
What?
No, I'm talking to you guys.
Why did you say Broden?
Wait,
Hello,
did I say Broden?
I'm on.
Hello, Lena. Hello,
I sent you my. Hello.
Guys, what are your long-term goals as a content creator in the industry?
I would say getting Wendy's now, and then we're getting Wendy's a lot later, like in a year from now.
A blouse sponsored by Wendy's right now. Don't get mixed up. But
No,
Wendy's
I would have answered the same exact way if if he wasn't sponsored. Hey,
That's
I love
false.
Wendy's. I love Wendy's. Are you kidding me? Don't you dare.
Anyways,
Some
hi
respect.
Lena. This is Blau.
Oh, wait, ignore that. Ignore that.
Blau is famous
Hi,
for
I'm Blau.
how do I explain this? Lily, what is Blau famous for?
He's
a famous rapper.
Oh my god, yeah, Lily, do my introduction.
Oh my
wait,
god.
let me put on music. Hold on. Give me a
Oh
second. Lily.
shit! Do I get a whole performance?
Wait, hold on. Well, no, I'm not gonna play through the. Just give me a. Hold on.
I love that you played Harbor cosplay.
Lily?
Harbor's so fun. Okay, but I'm like actually so cringe because I think part of why Harbor's fun is because no one plays
Go
him.
now, Lily. Go.
Wait, what?
Lily. I'm waiting for Lily to do an introduction for me.
Introducing someone you don't particularly like can be challenging, but maintaining a respectful approach is essential in social situations. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to Blau. He and I have had the opportunity to get to know each other, and while we may have differing personalities, we share common ground in certain aspects. As we all know, every individual brings something unique to the table, and I believe that Blau is no exception. Let's welcome Blau warmly and embrace the diversity that enriches our interactions and experiences together.
Why did he leave?
Well,
No, my
is that it?
Valorant
Is that
crashed.
just
my
seems?
Valorant
Oh.
Well, Lily, I think.
Can you repeat that from the top?
Lily, I think
No,
you're
no,
supposed
no,
to
I
also
got
like
it, I
say
got
like who I am. Like that was kind of like.
Okay, I will do the
Jesus.
introduction. Okay, Blau,
Okay,
otherwise known
Scar.
as Blaustoise, is famous for his lip bite thirst trap TikToks. You can find him at Blaustoise on TikTok, and he just does a lot of them.
Amazing! I love that for you.
To keep it short, Blau is basically the MGK of our friend group.
Got it.
What's MGK?
Machine Gun Kelly.
What? Why?
Whoa. He's a famous rapper. I'll have you know.
Okay, but do I get like a sample? Do I get to hear this?
No, of course. That's why I brought it up. Go ahead, Blau.
I don't know if I
Cue us
like
up.
this. I don't know if this was the best intro that could have been done for me. I think we could have.
Oz, thoughts on going on Central?
Oh.
I've had a thought, and I said no. I'm just kidding. We can go central. We can go central.
Okay.
I'm just
Thank
saying
you.
that of
I'm so honored to be able to play with the Korean moment again.
I'm leaving. If you guys can find a fifth, I gotta go.
Oh, can we? Yeah, start it up. Start it up. Wait. Yeah, start it up.
Starting it up. It's starting it up.
Frick Lily.
Wait,
I hope her
Wow,
soup
wow,
is
can you
chili.
change
Just
to Central?
Central though?
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't.
Thank you.
I don't know how to do that. Sorry.
Give me a lead. I'll do it.
Texas.
Oh wait, you got it.
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to say, everyone remembers my line on Lily. It was kind of bars in a sense.
What line?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I saw it, but I did see a bit of Lily's
Oh.
stuff on TikTok. But I don't quite remember seeing yours, but please, I'd love to hear it.
I thought the Lego line was kind of good.
Could you talk, Lena?
Yep. Hi.
Guys, look in general. Wait, hold on, not yet.
Match
Wait, I was gonna
found.
say I see you.
What's in general?
What?
Hold up. Oh my god, you made her. That's
Wait,
fucking
She's
cute.
11.
Just do that right now?
Yeah, with a mouse, but it's very rough.
That's so
cute. No, I
my
love
god.
it.
Wait,
I'm
Lily,
so
these are
honored.
great.
All right.
Lemon.
And then now we can change
Where is it? I want to see it.
It's just a. It's very simple. It's just a lemon.
No, it's beautiful. I'm gonna treasure it.
No, we're.
Oh my god, it's a lemon!
No, Lena, we're using it. We have like these, like I don't know if you use this program called Fugi, but we can use like animated stuff and still have people talking on Discord. So.
That's so
I mean, it also looks like a puddle of pee, but like, you know, that's just all lemons, isn't it?
It's only you thought that.
My goal is to have one for every single person.
No, don't back that. Don't
it's
co-sign
sick.
it. Do
It's
not
sick. It's
co-sign
sick.
it. Do not co-sign it.
Can I lock in Jet?
What? No.
God,
Yes.
Jet?
Do it.
Did you get inspired by
Yeah, I want it to be like Cryo.
Wait, Blau locked
And
it in.
Austin. Wait, you literally locked in Jet?
That's kind of rude.
Wait a second. Did you just?
Wait. That's crazy.
All right, that was not a Wendy's moment. I'm gonna say,
Alright,
Blau, right there. That was
yeah.
not a hashtag Wendy moment.
That was kind of.
That moment was not sponsored by like a square shaped piece of beef. Kind of weird, man.
We need.
It worked. Oh my god.
Yours is good. Reina. Whoa. Okay.
Whoa.
Well, Poki's not here, so.
Yeah, true. Oh, I'm in my
Guys.
Cypher training arc, by the way.
That's good. I don't want to play
I'm also in
Sentinel
my Astro
anymore.
training arc. Sorry, ahead of time.
Oh.
For
Wait,
being the fucking best. The freaking best.
Do you usually play Yeah.
Peter, what is your
I don't like
aspiration as a
playing
creator?
duelists
Sorry.
when I want my friends.
Steve
To make
Dixon.
people smile.
Oh my god, that's so admirable of you.
I know. It's not about the fame or the money. It's about just spreading joy to the hearts of people everywhere.
What?
I totally
goal
agree
is-
with you.
Wow.
No, I'm hella
My goal is to start
narcissistic.
a podcast and get Lily on the podcast.
What?
Lily has a podcast.
Lily
Did you not
has
know?
like
I
7
want-
things,
No,
man.
I want to start my own podcast.
Well, Lily does like to talk a lot.
I do. I have a lot to say, actually.
Yeah.
Oh
not
god, I'm gonna
altogether
get dipped
good,
by
but-
Tourney pepperoni, guys. Oh, it's over.
That's a good name.
It is a good name. My name is crap.
No, I love it. Don't worry.
Their
Nina,
name
what's
is
your
shit.
aspiration? What do you want to
To be
achieve?
rich enough to buy all the lemons in the world.
That's not true either.
What would you do with all those lemons? Would you not rather not have the money instead of the lemons?
No, I'd
Yeah.
rather the lemons.
All right,
I
get
eat
her off my
lemons
team.
like oranges, FYI.
Dude, do you like brush your teeth right after? Please tell me you do. You are like destroying the enamel of your teeth.
I drink water. That washes it out, right?
You're gonna rot your teeth. Not even
Okay,
kidding.
I don't
You
eat
guys-
it that often.
You guys can go to citrusindustrymagazine.net or no, citrusindustry.net to learn about.
How many things are you sponsored by today, Blau? What the hell?
Well,
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
not sponsored by. I'm just looking up.
Okay,
Okay,
man.
currently, U.S. growers produce 884,000 tons of lemons.
Okay, guys, I am gonna have like you guys have never in your life seen lineups like this.
Oh shit. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. If you want to buy the the lemon industry, Lena, you're gonna need like I think it's like tens of millions of dollars.
Right.
Maybe
That's
hundreds.
my aspiration. I shoot high.
I feel like that would disrupt other markets though. Like, you know, oh my God, you could be like the De Beers of the lemon industry.
I could.
Yes.
I'm drinking beer right
Oh, I
now.
was muted. That explains a lot.
You're drinking beer?
Wait. Root beer?
Extra stars, B.
Go.
So it's B. It's B.
Cage triggered.
And they're on.
Okay,
Oh, yep, I whiffed.
guys, this is giga awkward.
Fuck.
It's okay because Blau gets 5 here.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
He's overheating. He's overheating. He takes a shot dart to the face. He's getting sucked like he's never been sucked before. He dinks the Sova. He's hiding. He's scared. Wah, is he gonna cry? Oh, he dies. And he gets shot in the
This
back.
guy's
Killjoy alert.
flanking.
Killjoy alert.
Oh my bad.
Sucked like I sucked all of my Wendy's Diet Coke using a straw.
I don't like that.
So cool, Blau. Gecko's head looks like a tennis ball.
Huh?
Gecko's head, the head looks like the tennis ball.
Are you body shaming me?
No, it's cute. It's like soft
Okay,
green and
Weird that
fuzzy.
you, kind of weird that you would body shame a fellow creator. You know,
What
it's
the
like
heck?
a little weird.
I think Gecko was modeled after Dominic Fike, by the way.
Okay, Omen is hotter.
I thought you were modeled after Dominic Fike.
Trips, bro.
He's quiet.
It's A. It's definitely A.
Drone A.
Droning.
Careful or Killjoy lurk.
What?
What up, cat?
Here, I baited,
Kill him,
I baited.
Camera taken out.
I don't want to talk about it. Don't want to talk about it.
Are you, oh god. How did we both miss that? Don't worry, Peter got it though.
Okay, I got him.
Last
Killjoys.
player
Oh
standing.
my god, I whiffed.
You know, I got
I know
mine.
how that feels.
Okay, this guy. Don't worry. Luckily I have like 26 setups on this site.
true.
God, what was that?
I have literally played.
Wait, Lily, have you seen the twerk?
Oh my god! Wait, do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again.
So, wait,
This goes here.
how do you do it?
Twerking for you.
This is the best thing I've ever seen in Valorant. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Wait, you didn't know about the twerk?
I had no idea that was a thing.
That's such a fun.
Well, now I want to play Gecko.
No,
These
it's actually
setups,
great.
These are disgusting. What is this? It's A. It's A. It's A.
No, careful. They're not in. They just still not in.
I see someone peeking out.
We're off B.
Yeah, just
I'm not-
go
I
back,
can't
go back.
One top cat. I missed.
Bro, your camera sounds bad. I hear A.
Still not on. Still no vision.
We don't care.
Dude, I'm
Oh,
telling you.
we just gave up mid, huh?
Yeah.
Starting.
Reyna, cover my cat.
I must
There,
wait a
A.
moment.
Got one.
Cage
Got the lurk.
triggered.
Oh.
How are you guys all
Why
for
are they so
A?
slow?
Yeah,
Why is
can
there
you
so
guys
many
go
A?
mid?
When no one has
You
shown.
guys go mid, man.
One
One
cat.
more out there. One more out there. Oh no. From an angle.
30 seconds left.
They're gonna
Yeah,
execute
tree,
A.
Silva's
I'm
tree.
smoked off mid.
They found my wire.
They're executing A.
How many do you hear?
A
Three,
lot.
all of them, all of them.
3.
All of them? Okay. Nice. Hold on. Wait for us.
Spike planted.
What?
All right, let's go. Let's go. Close left.
One
Close left.
enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Good kills. 2v1. Jenny. Nice, Lily.
Go, Lily!
Nice
I'm
job,
Pokemon!
Lily.
Lily 3-2.
I'm Pokemon!
Guys, I did fucking
Really
nothing.
effective to work.
I'm going fucking B, man. Get me off this A. Oh, can someone take this? Phantom?
Yes.
Oh,
I'll
thank
gladly
Oh,
take
wait,
it.
wait,
No,
drop.
give it
wait.
back to me!
Oh, never mind.
Oh, thank
Oh.
Humph. Not a team player.
Looking at Scar do some
I'll smoke your
mental
comment.
math here.
Oh, this
Okay.
is a nice spot.
Yeah. Don't worry.
I will find you.
Wait,
Yeah,
you
all
don't
of
buy
them.
yourself armor, Lena.
Oh shit.
Oh wow. Okay.
They're here.
That was
One
really
flat line out
embarrassing.
mid.
Let's not talk about that.
Cage triggered.
I'm mid.
9.
They found my wire. Cage triggered.
Are they on B? I mean, A.
Yeah, they're
Maybe.
in. Or they're not coming in yet.
Got one.
I must wait a moment.
Are they on?
No.
Nice. Oh, one more man.
Shit.
One
Both
enemy
main.
remaining.
Nice.
Let's go.
Alright, here's another Phantom.
Do you not like the Phantom?
Oh no, I'm playing only Ares or Odin in this game.
Oh, I
Why?
For fun. This Sova, by the way, is so aware. He is just shock darting just to kill trips. Like what the hell?
I know,
Here's
he's so
Legolas.
good.
He's annoying, man.
Yes, this should do. That goes there. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Be ready, guys. Be ready.
This goes here.
Concealment.
Oh,
Oh, that was
was that
a.
mid?
I lost a duel.
No,
Sorry.
that's fine.
hear some cat?
I think executing A. Watch out behind you, Lena.
One mid, Reyna. Killjoy's main. Reyna could be your cat. Two.
Oh.
Two main. Try to play together.
I can't, because Reyna's lurking.
Probably falling into B. That's my guess. Unless they're going up. Nice, good kill.
No more charges left. Camera,
1B.
I found my
They're
wire.
probably playing B. I would group up.
Coming. Hold up.
They found both my trips. These guys are.
One cat.
Last player standing.
105. Killjoy was cat.
Spike
Cage
planted.
triggered. Cage triggered.
Nice shot.
Dude, these guys.
Reyna's pretty good. She just like
Yeah. She like.
hard swung,
tapped
headshot me.
man.
Yeah.
Feeling good? Hope so.
Oh, I'm down to.
I'm gonna play.
I can buy.
What do you guys want?
I can buy
What do you guys
someone.
want an op? Do you want an op for mid or do you want it for?
I think
hard
mid.
A,
Buy a
hard
second
B?
buy.
Mid and then you start moving.
Gracias.
I'm gonna. I'll switch up where I op. I'm gonna op.
Yes,
Whatever
this
it
should
is.
do.
Bell
Tiles.
tiles. Bell top. Yeah, that. Whatever it is.
I'll smoke your top mid then.
That goes there. Ah, this is a yes. This should do. This goes here.
What is that?
Nice swing.
Mid from B. But
Wow. She owns me.
wait, what the heck?
105, but healed.
Last player standing.
What the heck?
Spike down B.
Cutting their vision.
Now you got him. Take it.
Cutting their vision.
Reyna
planted.
diff. 21 bullets, which is more than enough to kill everyone.
Ah!
Nice try.
That's right.
Nice try.
And
Oh,
see-
man.
I got his. That's true,
Yeah,
dude.
the Reyna just
Dude.
peeked me.
Okay.
Yeah, she just peeked and popped me. So
These
I'm gonna play a
guys-
little more. I'm gonna play a little more passive.
These guys playing mid are pretty good. Like they are tapping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lena, could you throw something?
Yes,
Amen.
of course. Do you want to
We should light that here.
Scarra's an Ares only player. Okay.
Luckily, it's pretty good.
This goes here. That goes
What do you
there.
do, wingman? Oh my god, that
Oh
time
my
was
lord.
crazy.
Lots of me.
I'm running.
Careful, could be
Sova
coward.
hit 50.
Oh, it
Thank
blocked
you.
you. Nice.
The hunt begins.
They
Spike
just closed the door
planted.
early. Wow. Hold on.
I think he's up. Yeah, he is.
Last player standing.
This guy lurked.
Still in sight.
Ah, no.
Wait.
No.
Nice
Oh,
try.
you
They
live though.
freaking came
Log
after
them out.
Okay, we got guns.
We do what we do. Get back to chilling.
I'm gonna op B main this time.
If you want to peek, wish I.
I would not announce where I'm opping if you catch my drift.
Gotcha.
I kind of like this.
Yes.
I'm going
this should
C.
do.
Not Lily.
Ah, this is a nice spot.
C.
That
These.
goes there. Yes.
This is.
Are you still sponsored?
This goes here.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
No.
They're joining
Some
it.
A.
Enemy spotted mid.
They're taking orb A.
One.
There's still some A. Darting.
I'm gonna assume you're watching Cat, okay? I'm gonna go in.
Oh, they have
I don't think
lineups
that
for
works.
this?
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, that Sova player? Yeah, he's good.
No, that was Killjoy Molly.
Oh.
They could come up cat care.
They're still here.
Someone needs to hold cat angle. Is.
Okay.
Oh, you. 122 Sova.
I'm moving.
Yeah.
Sorry, can't recall it back.
Oh, they're dipping.
Sounds like they're falling off, but I don't think they have
30
time.
seconds. No, no,
30
no,
seconds.
They're
30
not,
seconds.
They're not.
They're
Check it
redarting.
out. 70. Good boy.
Oh my god, I missed everything. I cannot hit shots.
Yeah, I watched all of that.
Yeah, I don't want.
Last player standing.
You literally kissed her. You kissed her.
There's. How am I getting shot from behind? In every. Oh, it's the last one. I'm last in the rotate. These guys are.
Okay, no, we got this. We got this.
How about this? I will trip mid, and we can play literally all off the side I'm playing.
Yep.
I do
Are
not
we
give a
forcing?
shit. I mean, I'm not forcing. It's
Yeah, let's
fine.
do it. I'll force.
Well, we're not forcing?
Oh, we're forcing?
Wait, are we forcing or no forcing?
This goes here.
Oh, okay.
That goes
Well,
there.
just all play the other side. Yeah. No, don't even play mid. Don't even play mid. Just, literally, just go over. Go over. These guys are. If they hit, they hit. You know.
Tiles is empty. Could be coming at cat right now.
Looks like a B.
God, this guy is so sweaty.
We're
Maybe in.
leaving A.
Maybe in. Maybe in.
Nowhere to run.
I fucking knew it.
Nice.
Are they in?
Where is everyone hiding?
Enemy spotted B.
They're all there. Okay.
Yep. No, we're still good. We're still good.
Rotating?
I'm going A main.
Yep.
Just kidding.
Probably one stay. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna stay here.
You don't need to watch mid. You don't need to watch mid. I have to trip.
Oh, okay.
Unless you do some
I-
funky stuff. I would say.
They rotate?
Yeah.
One minute.
They're here.
Here.
What do? I cannot stop.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Phoenix here. Phoenix.
Spike
Phoenix,
down
Phoenix.
A. Flawless.
Nice.
Huge round, Peter. Nice.
This is how you prove yourselves worthy.
Yeah, that was good.
Let's reset. Deep breaths and all that.
And did anyone buy? Did anyone even die?
No, we all live.
No, we're
Oh, okay,
good.
I'll
It was
keep
a
it, I'll
great
keep it.
force.
Yeah, very nice force.
Yeah, let me do this until they start because they've never pushed a mid until they start doing it.
Okay.
Just don't even look mid. Fuck this
Peter,
shit, man.
Peter, if you're here with me on A, can
Yeah.
you break the Sova?
Yeah. I'm gonna go mid though, okay?
Dart and drone. Yeah.
Oh, this
Okay, I
is
can
a
dash
nice.
out.
This
worst
goes
case.
here.
Oh, they may be looking mid. They may be looking mid. We can still wait.
Nice.
I broke the drone.
You can
They're
back
coming in.
off there, Peter.
At least two. Cat.
Cage triggered.
I'm watching this. I hear mid.
They found my wire.
Oh, was that mid?
Ah, my eyes are
Yeah,
down.
they're mid.
I hear
for
mid.
sure,
They're
for sure.
barreling through
Here.
mid.
Oh, what the hell? Sova market.
I smoked them off.
They're all market. They're all market.
No,
they're all
117 Astra, 94 Phoenix. Oh. Damn. No, that's my bad. I fucking had the angle.
Oh.
Oh shit, he's in.
Spike planted. Last player
no.
standing.
What a great angle for the Phoenix to hold, man.
Tourney gifted. Nice try.
Nice try.
I was trying to ignore the Phoenix for a minute.
Damn.
No. That was a hard situation to be in.
I want their life, not yours.
I have my ult. I can also just ult out, so let me know.
Oh, if you want to ult out and follow Blau, might be a good play.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, we could do that.
That goes there. Ah, this is a nice spot.
Come on, little homies. Let's get it.
Yes,
Actually, you
this
should
should
follow
do.
my ult. So you're
This
not-
goes here.
Yeah, go.
Saw you, little homie.
Oh, they're here. They're here. Mine's down though. Yeah.
Not.
Go,
I'm
Lily,
not
go, Lily,
going
go,
further.
Lily.
I'm out.
Oh, you can hold mid, Lily, actually, because wait. Oh,
We have no mid control.
no, it's
You
fine, I'll hold
should
mid.
run.
Oh, they are.
Ulted.
Reyna's cat.
Uh,
111.
You are divided.
Last player standing.
I tried to sing crazy.
Flawless.
Lily, if you're moving off of mid, can you calm that you're moving off of mid so just we know what space is given up?
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, were you not mid?
Was I mid? I
Yeah,
don't
you were,
remember.
you were.
Oh, my bad.
No. I covered her almost immediately, but I'll
Okay,
leave it
okay.
this time.
The
No.
Reyna already walked
Oh
all
no,
the way
no,
up
no!
cat, so.
I don't think we can cover that.
Here.
We can cover like
Oh,
these
oh.
Next,
spots.
right? Go for next? Or
No. This is last round of the half.
Oh, you are right.
So we have to.
Bye.
Ah, this is a nice spot.
Yeah, Guardians. He's
This goes here.
Spectre.
Drone coming A.
Not here. Move,
Lots
move.
of setup A.
Move.
Joke's
Blah,
over.
blah, blah. Oh, okay.
Phoenix is ulting through.
Yep.
The hunt begins.
Careful, Lily. Phoenix ult.
Spike planted.
Okay, I think. Careful for the late lurk.
It's fine. I have a trip.
No, through cat. I mean.
Oh, he's here. He's
Cat.
close.
Wait, is he?
You have to take wingman out.
Obscuring
Reloading.
I have vision. Hell probably out.
Blinding.
Hell out. All off. Maybe all off.
No one's on. I can send wingman
Obscuring
off.
vision.
Oh.
Man,
Break dart. Ult.
One enemy remaining.
Dude.
Fuck.
Sorry. There's no
Last
way I can
player
hold it.
standing. Clutch.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's just like we had to, but we couldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I got Astro
Switching
fucking
sides.
gold and shit.
Pero like, why
Tactical mastery. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It's aight. Nice try.
Dude, these guys are kind of.
They're good.
Yeah, not bad. How do you guys want to play this?
I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I'm just getting absolutely smoked, but I'm about to step it up.
Wow, I can see that. You don't have to say.
You
Wow.
guys see that I'm 3 and 10? Watch me.
Channel your inner
My
Asuna.
KDA looks
Yeah.
like this, so that this half my KDA can look different.
Okay.
Channel your cryo.
Oh, I dropped my
Do you
gun.
have smokes?
We survive.
Okay,
Do I
so-
have smokes?
Not you. I'm trying to hit Peter.
Wow.
Oh wow, that was fast.
Got hit so hard. That's
Reloading.
I have an eye.
don't have to
Ready?
commit, we can
Oh, we're
chill.
not. Oh, okay. Let me know if you want me to eye.
Backside.
Taken out. Here.
We can chill.
we can do a
You
quick.
know.
We can go through mid because Peter's already.
Yeah,
Let's
we
do
chill.
that.
We chill.
Rotate.
Nice.
Fucking cheating bitch. Wait, what are you guys doing?
No, we could literally just go in. Let's just go in. Let's go in.
Go.
Run A.
I'm going A. I'm going A.
Guys, bomb is being planted A.
Yeah,
Go
yeah, yeah,
A.
yeah.
Guys, coming.
Spike sticking. Thanks, little man.
Cage triggered.
Rotating.
I'm closing door. Wait, come in. I'm closing door.
Close.
Oh my god.
Both respawn. Wait, they're gonna go heaven then. You don't have to hold that, Lena. Go. You can hold A main or just close to Jenny.
My camera is destroyed.
Ooh, double in hell. I like this. I have a cross with
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Good job.
Oh.
Nice.
Okay, so the purpose for the lurk mid was so you could guys execute on B after I get a pick. So
No.
you
But
guys falling off to go A
It ended up being different because we had 2 mid. So unless like, because.
Wait, why do we have? No, we didn't need 2 mid.
No,
though.
but we had 2 mid, so that's why I didn't. We couldn't execute B. I know why you wanted it. Just on the fly, we had to change it up.
I would like to eagle peek.
Understood.
Mid.
Do it. Did my wingman do something there?
It was good. It stopped them.
New energy now, eh?
I'm gonna fake the smoke, okay, Lily, and then you're gonna headshot them.
Recovering it.
Wait.
Hey, cross, right side.
Okay, now what?
I'm gonna smoke mid.
Wow.
Stuck there still.
I'm still looking. He's still in there. He's not coming out, bro.
Might have like a shotgun or something.
Oh,
fuck.
Back up.
Let's back up.
Oh my fucking aim.
Blinded.
Peter, just grab the Vandal. You'll be good.
Where's the Vandal?
Where's it?
Oh.
Wait, guys. I have
you.
spike. I cannot. This is such a bad. I want to lurk A here.
You want to lurk A? Okay,
Or
we'll
go
move
A.
up.
Yeah, I have
Are we
spike.
going A?
All right, 2 towards B. The Reyna and the Sova. I'm walking up A. Walking up A.
I'm dropping this here. Thank you, Lena.
Someone come with me.
Yeah.
I'm grabbing spike.
No.
Yeah, no.
Okay. I can iron. Okay, hold on, let's go.
Outside.
Eyes are down.
Nice.
Go.
30 seconds left.
Reyna's going, or Astra's going heaven. Smoking it.
Blocking vision.
Your ass is kind of clean.
Holding for flank. Thank you.
Lots tree. They're gonna break.
Oh shit, I need it just in case.
I'm playing hell. I have no life, so just trade off me.
I'm gonna send wingman as soon as the door opens.
Cage triggered.
That was fast.
One tree.
Are trips even active?
Dart. Take down dart.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that's
Nice.
that guy knows I'm trash.
Winnable.
Dude,
Actually winnable.
I found a trip that was like a centimeter apart.
All right, guys, it's vibe music time.
Oh.
Oh.
Is it?
Caramel dancing. Ooh, ooh, ooh,
Oh, Peter.
Blah 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 blah. Take a. Oh, actually no, just play by vibe.
Need a drop.
Where are you?
Lena, can you use the bulldog?
We can have enough for
at
next.
all?
That's fine. No, don't buy me. Don't buy me.
I
don't
suck
buy me.
at
I'm in the
that.
hero.
I'm not
I'm
even
gonna
kidding.
grab someone's hero.
Not.
Odin.
Oh my god, you were right
You're
next to
fucking
that Odin spam. Like,
scary.
it was, that was crazy.
Need that back.
I'm gonna jump peek here.
That
is the fuck?
Found her. She's trapped.
Fight with me.
Oh my god.
Did you fall down? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
I see.
Cage triggered.
I'm caging you guys out if you guys need to
We
get
need
out.
Let's go A?
No. This is.
No, I think B.
Rifles down mid. If you want one, Scarra.
They know.
No, there's.
Oh, this is so scary though.
There should be another one, I think. Unless, what did Blau have?
Classic.
Oh, he had a. Oh, there's a bulldog. Okay, that's still good.
Found my wire.
One mid. Mark it.
The left side. I might just take this 1v1.
He's jump peeking it.
30 seconds left.
There's someone mid.
You can just play contact through it, hopefully, and hope that turret's not watching. Never mind, 2 mark it. Go in. 13 seconds. Go. Run it.
Now.
I'm stuck. I'm fucking.
Run it.
Okay,
All right, plant.
Nice.
Holy
One is
fuck.
flank. One is
Good job.
large flank.
I have ult. I can ult out when you hear them.
Break that. Missed.
Shoot that dart. Shoot that dart. Molly.
Just play time.
Delete.
Nice shots.
I'm smoked out.
One enemy
Good
remaining.
shit. One more stairs.
Nice.
Nice.
Lena, you and Lily clutched us.
That was a
Damn.
huge round, guys. That was their buy round.
Nice. Dude, when you guys died mid, I was like, what the fuck just
I'll give
happened?
Vandal to someone. I don't really like Vandal.
Oh, you like the Vandal?
Me.
I'm a Phantom user.
Can someone buy me, please?
Oh wait, I can buy.
Yep.
Okay, what we could do is we could just slam one of the two sites and protect guns because they should be on eco.
Okay.
We got to stay together for this.
Yeah, just basically stay together, protect guns.
Yep.
Okay. So we just need to flash out
No, hold on.
with.
I'm doing a flank. I'm doing a flank trip.
We need blinds and then jet smoke dash. Wait. Together.
Guys, I can't. We're stuck.
Sova's one.
I'm out.
All right, just go.
Oh, now go in?
Go. No. Oh shit.
That's fine.
No. That's.
Close door.
Cage triggered. No more charges left.
Oh.
One tree.
I'm gonna send wingman as soon as it opens.
They found my wire.
Get him, wingman.
Careful main. Careful your main.
Main.
You're Lena. Oh god.
Shoot.
Oh, I'm low.
Nice.
Last
One main.
player
Oh
standing.
fuck.
I'm so
Main in
low.
heaven.
Ah.
Nice try.
Can see.
Okay.
Thrifty.
Okay, we solved money.
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, wait. Okay. It's fine.
Need a drop.
I can buy you, Peter, and then I'll run daggers.
Need a drop.
Request?
Yeah. Do it.
Request?
Need a drop.
It's.
Let's get you this orb here.
Well, we might have to be careful because if they have an Odin here, I'm just dead.
Oh, yeah.
Here, we can just bait it out first.
All right. How are we feeling about mid?
Yep.
That's crazy.
Can you give me a fake?
Taking that back.
Oh, I put the smoke on a bad spot.
This dart is so annoying.
That goes through that
How
wall
did he
too.
Wallbait
What
you.
the hell?
I didn't know it goes through that wall.
Yeah.
All right. Blau's being cryo.
Blocking sight.
I've seen this in the
Oh,
tournament.
corner.
Nice.
Nice, Blau.
Nice.
Wait. I'm multi. 2 seconds.
Careful cat.
Enemy A.
Go away. Run A.
Yeah, I'm going.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Trade me.
Astra should be near.
Oh, shit. Okay, I'll go this side then.
Oh,
Heaven.
Side. Jen, heaven.
Two side.
Spike
I
down
have a flank,
A.
Peter. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, understood.
No. Yeah. Wait. Blau's got this.
Make a noise.
Last player standing.
Okay, so fuck. The timings are so wrong. Nice try.
I needed.
But not nice enough to
Did you have any
Let's win
flashes
and get
for
outta
sight
here.
here, Lily?
Right
I needed a flash to get us onto site because like we dry peeked it
What's their buy stitch?
and then we just got owned.
Well, just tell me.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure. Everything was happening so fast, you know.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Do we
use
buy
spike, by
here
the way.
or do we?
I think we should.
We probably
Buy
do
or no
Yeah,
buy?
I'm buying.
We buy.
Okay.
Okay, I'm looking for a fucking ego here.
Nowhere to run!
Oh my god, I had her. She's insane.
I can't. I don't have the gun for this.
Shit.
I'm gonna.
Wait. Give me spike.
Spike drop.
I got the spike.
Concealment.
They will cover.
Do you have a gun or no?
I don't.
Scarra's a gun.
We could. You know what? Let's just rotate. There's a lot there already.
I'm gonna put fixed stars.
Okay.
Oh, I can't go.
Recovering it.
Oh no, my ult's gonna run out.
Oh, my game is very framey. Can you guys try working B main?
Yeah.
Everybody's so dangerous.
One main. Oh, one spawn right now.
Lily saw. All right.
30 seconds left.
Nice.
Last
Oh, I
player
ran out
standing.
of bullets.
Take my boat.
Oh, she was ready for that.
Lily, I would rather you take B main with Lena there.
Okay.
Match point.
Take a breath now.
Blue,
Release the
blue,
tension.
blue.
Good? Let's go.
All right. Well, we have them right where we want them for the YouTube video, guys. So,
Yeah, which YouTube video we
let's do
doing?
How we came back from a 6-12 deficit on Ascent, featuring Scarra, Lena, Peter, and LP.
Wait, no, I don't like Bulldog.
You're
Wait,
gonna
I don't
have
like
to get
Stinger
used to it.
either.
Yeah, you're gonna
Okay.
get used to it. You're Reyna. Okay, there's one there, one there. I think we work mid. We have to work mid to win this, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, agreed. Working up, cat.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm walking up cat with you. Hold on, hold on. I have spike though, so if I die, just trade me, I think.
Careful, clear. Right, cleared.
I
I wouldn't push this. I wouldn't push this. Hold on. No.
I'm waiting.
I'm doing a fake smoke through mid. Wait for the smoke to time out, and then we walk.
Yep.
Okay. If Lily has a blind, I'll switch it.
Try and make noise mid, Blau.
I mean a blind or no?
Blocking sight.
Here.
They put an Astra Star
there.
Fuck it.
there.
3. Oh wait.
Coming
3.
up,
no.
Yep.
Concealment.
Smoking it. Let's go.
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
Still inside.
Well divided.
Leaving you two out.
No. Oh shit. Okay.
Enemy spotted.
Good wall. They're both happen.
Spike.
Hold on. I can go grab my
No. Oh, okay.
blind. Oh.
One might be cat.
Oh, tree.
Yeah.
You should camera taken out.
Oh god.
They found my watch.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Last guy was tree.
Reloading.
I'm out. I have 13 life.
Nice.
Lily.
Good
Nice
round.
hold.
Nice.
Dude,
Oh, I died.
I'm so fucking
We
scared.
got this.
Sorry. Inside joke.
Wait, Lily. Stop. You're getting the kills. Yeah.
Okay. Wow, thanks for investing in me.
No. Yeah, you're Reyna. You got it. You're a fucking fragger. My hobbies, honestly, I don't have many. I like to cook a little bit. And
I think working mid is the best.
No,
though.
I agree.
Like,
Working mid,
showing presence in it.
their cat is not that good. Like for sure, their cat's kind of shit.
Just watch that wall.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought there was a smoke.
Begins.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Mark it.
Dude, I thought there was a smoke
Mark
there.
it. You don't have to fight him.
Fuck, I don't know.
He's ulted.
Why? Oh.
My bad.
No.
Careful mid. You don't have to fight it. I'm working cat, okay?
Okay. Can you cross? Go up the stairs.
Got him. Let's go. Cross.
Concealment.
Should be no blinds from her.
Got obscuring vision.
Get in. I came main.
Heaven? I hear you.
Ah, fuck.
Spike planted. Thrash is ready.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Fly out of heaven.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
no, two.
Oh.
Nice try.
NT.
Woohoo!
Dude, this.
Defenders win.
Oh.
Hello. Oh, we gave it the old college try. I played like
Good,
I
didn't we?
played like booty butt cheeks. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
No,
All
man.
good. Sometimes you just don't
Again?
get the Wendy's play of the game. No, I'm done for now.
Oh, okay.
I think I have to be done too. I gotta go play the game that copied this game, CS.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for playing.
Okay, guys.
Thank you for the games, guys.
Goodbye.
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 Bye.
Thanks.
Wait, are you two still playing? I can still play if you can.
Oh,
I was just
yeah,
wondering
you
where
guys,
people were going.
guys didn't leave the call.
Huh, I can't.
Gotta wait. I gotta see if everyone's.
I can't.
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna
let
go
me
play
ask
some ads. while we-
Michael, because the sun is down.
Oh, we were still missing. Then we're just missing +1 again. Then.
I can find. I think I can find. Or we can just play unrated and have a good old time, and I can practice Jet.
Okay.
I really don't care.
These guys are both Smurfs, huh? Huh.
Oh yeah.
Who?
I'm not surprised.
Enemy team.
How do you know?
Well, it's not
Unranked,
Smurfs, or it's either this is their first 5 games of the season.
Oh,
Which is,
yo, that is insane.
No, they're probably Smurf. When
Was,
you're in a 5-star,
I'm telling you that Sova,
of a Smurf
that
is
Sova had the lineup for every default plant, as well as had both.
at the beginning to get info
Yeah,
too.
had both best darts for both site and the correct dart mid, and he played like what you would call it like,
No, man, maybe
anti-Util.
just
that guy was
maybe just new players are just better these days.
that guy was really
just-
good.
They just know all the
You
Sova
just call
lineups.
them a Smurf, and then you just feel better. That's
No,
just,
no, oh no, I'm sure that guy was good. Dude, that I'm telling you, when I'm not used to getting my stuff broken in a ways where like people just don't rush site, you know?
I think I can get 2 in like 10 minutes.
10's a long time, man.
What do you want me to do, huh? What do you want me to do, huh?
Can you speed it up a little?
What do you want me to
Scarra,
do?
can you just entertain us?
My time is a little valuable,
Wait,
you know?
Blau left, but he's the room leader, so we have to remake.
Oh no, you can kick
Okay.
him.
I
No,
can't kick him.
we
He's the room
can't.
leader, right?
Yeah, we cannot.
Epic trolls, blouse. Could you invite Lena?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can do a TDM.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba.
I found one for TDM.
The be-do. Yeah. Nice.
I'm down for whatever.
Yeah, geez, text us up on the stream. Oh, I can. Oh, okay. Wait. I'm. Okay.
Mr. Wu Huchin is joining us for TDM.
Oh, TDM. Okay. Dude, TDM I get
One
slapped.
more, we can just like.
I'm not gonna lie. TDM is like.
TDM's a lot.
TDM is fucking hard.
TDM is sweaty.
Oh, Michael says he can play too. Yay!
Nice.
Excellent.
I don't think we want to play ranked with Wu Huchin. Does ranked Elo is like.
Isn't he radiant?
Yeah, let's not do that, man.
Oh.
I told Michael, like, if we dueled a lot,
Well
right?
then,
Like,
creator-
we could be like John and
cosplayer.
Jody too, you know?
You
Like,
could.
yeah,
We could actually grind up together.
that would be adorable. I think it'd be really cool. But he doesn't want to play 20 hours a day with me. What is up with that?
What is up with that? Instead, he'd rather play Fortnite and BattleBit.
What is up with that, right?
Can you
we
bel-
could be the John and Jody
Or
of
we could
bronze
do
and
an
silver.
OTV BattleBit tournament.
Please, no.
Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Coach, I got worse.
I am so ready for TDM. You're not worse. You're not worse.
Send invite.
That's what
Okay,
I'm
we're
saying.
waiting
Rank
for
icons just
one
different,
person.
you know?
Yo. Oh. Okay, cue it up. Cue it up.
Wait. Michael's coming.
Oh, he's already here. Okay.
Yo.
But yeah, dude, playing against pros made me realize like they're pretty good.
Pretty good.
I can see why they're pros. You know, I don't see 50 bombs often, but I guess with them, it's just like, okay, well, whatever, man. Grab the ops. Welcome back for 45 months. Thanks for your subbing, man. Welcome. Dude, especially ones that shot call, they're literally like mid-rounding and then get an ace. I'm like, what happened? Like, what do you
I like
need?
the ones that actually like do like really good comms too. Like they tell you literally like.
Yeah,
everything.
but it's really hard. Like there was only like 3 IGLs.
Yeah.
Most of them are just like Sim is just a fucking insane aimer. Like I had 40.
I mean, I killed him like 4 times.
Yeah, that's
okay, Lily.
Hey.
No, but I learned it's because like if I crouch, pro players don't expect that and they miss that shot.
That's true. That's true.
They just don't expect it. I guess I'm like, oh, I see.
No,
so the
you're a
counter is to be
beast.
bad.
No. You went full circle. What's it like being good? I don't know, man. Ask John. Dude, but man.
I've got lineups for all the TDM maps.
No way.
Lineups for TDM
dude.
maps?
On District, I've got a Viper ult lineup that blocks all of you, and I've got a double shock lineup.
Why do you have TDM lineups?
Oh, I ran a TDM tournament in my little community, and I had like professional casters show up, and we casted the games, and they all made had them create their strat sheets on private Google Docs, and I like showed them day of the tournament. So I stole all of their lineups, and I learned all of them.
You're disgusting.
That's
like that is
the way I describe my community is we're like the type of people who get called cringe for tryharding in unrated games.
I was gonna say, yeah, that sounds so bad.
It's so funny.
Guys, what do I do with Kingdom credits? Can I buy her?
You know what I'm craving right now? I'm craving that katsudon.
Oh, Katsudan, yes. Wait. What are Kingdom credits? Are they made in game?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
You get
Excellent.
them a ton. Just use them.
Excellent.
You can only have 10,000 of them.
Excellent. Okay. I'm hit.
You have to spend them.
Okay, I am now.
That you can't like work towards agents. Like you have to use your kingdom credits.
Oh, now I am a deadlock main.
I've been meaning to try playing deadlock. For Altus.
I don't like whatchamacallit, Cypher against fucking people who just crouch walk up and kill my trips.
He's on his way. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
All good.
But when he comes in the call, make sure to yell at him for being late.
I'm not gonna do that, man. Michael's like a homie.
I'll do that. I'll do anything.
I know Michael's just like the most perfect person
Fuck
on
you.
earth.
Shut the fuck
I'll yell at him.
No, like I
You
just.
want me to
think-
yell?
No, don't. It's okay. I was just
okay.
joking. But he's so perfect. We can talk about how perfect he is while we wait for how he's gonna. I'm joking, guys. I'm joking. Jokes.
Dude, the way he writes Python code. Oh my
I know,
God.
right?
Dude.
I wish I knew how to code better. I just don't.
One time I was taking a look at one of his subroutines and I was just
What's a
losing my
subroutine?
mind at the time complexity.
What is
I'm just throwing out buzzwords for comedic effect at this point. Think of it's synonymous with method or function, but just fancier word.
I know meth.
I know that too.
What if we play? I don't have
Somebody
a fifth.
canceled.
Anyway,
Do you unrated?
do you mind unrated, Mr. Banana Man?
I don't mind at all.
All right, let's play unrated.
I mean, my unrated.
Should we sweat? Should we sweat and unrated?
Yeah, I'm gonna walk in jet.
I'm gonna lock in.
Okay, I'm IGLing. I'm sitting up.
Oh, you're sitting
I'm
up?
IGLing. Let's go. It's okay. I don't need you to sit up, Scarra. Just need you to follow the call.
Dude, I'm gonna lean down. I used
my
all
goat.
I used
Let's
all
go.
my juice for the tournament, man. I got nothing left.
Perfect.
Michael.
It's unrated. Are you ready to see a bottom fragging Reyna?
Wait. Oh. Oh. Okay.
It's unrated.
It's unrated, Michael.
True,
Play
true.
someone fun and quirky.
Dude. Okay. Wait. One of you guys are Omen players, right? You gotta explain what shapes are to Lily.
Why are you doing this?
Wait.
Can you elaborate?
In the astral realm for like Omen, she can't differentiate shapes.
What?
That's such a Lily thing.
I can't play Omen, man. I just can't do it.
We just
No,
gave
that's
up.
a real problem. That's a real problem. Agents that like take you out of the first person viewpoint, some players can really struggle with them. JPC actually struggled to play Omen and Astra for the same reason. And Cypher, because when you open his camera, you're like,
Because the
ripped
visual
out of
cues
the-
are all gone, right? It's literally just cubes and
just
like.
yeah,
shapes,
and you just like
I
teleport.
too dislike that. I really don't like that.
Well, if you press R though while you're holding his smoke, you get the cues all back.
Oh.
Maybe that's what Lily should do.
Okay, I don't know how this character works. Hold on. What does she do? Alright, what is this character? Grab net?
The R view is pretty worthless.
Grab net?
Because you can't like see through walls.
Oh. What?
Oh, yo, I've got deadlock lineups on this map. I can show you.
Oh my god.
What? Wait, don't we need a
Wait, I
jet?
want to learn these. Oh god, what is this enemy team?
Whoa, they're all.
Pride.
That's cool. They're matching. We should have matched.
What?
I mean, we're kind of matching.
It's Scarra and
Yeah, we got 2 chickens, a fox, and...
we're all animals.
Chill, Joy.
Wait, how is mine an animal?
What is that Deadlock's?
It's Deadlock's ult.
I think so.
Okay, I'm gonna be like Cryo.
Yes.
Yes.
No. I don't want to aim too high.
On attack, I will build all of the plans around you going out and killing them.
Let's go. And I'll blind for you. We're all just
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Maybe Cryo's too high of a.
No.
I want to be
Krauss,
like
He's just like
Shifter.
you, Lily.
Yeah, he has 2 hands. 2 feet.
He's literally just like you. There's no difference.
Breathes. He's a human.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
Oh, how do I? Okay, hold on.
Tried once.
It's F1.
Yo, we're trying to just push out.
Wait, sorry. I don't play this character, so I'm figuring out everything on the go.
We could run like the Sentinels comp. We have Reyna and Deadlock take A main space. Jet plays defender side spawn to spot, and then Sky and I contest B lane.
What spot?
Listen.
All right, never mind. Let's just fight mid.
What the fuck does that? Just tell me, bro. What do you mean? What spot?
It's all good. It's all good. We'll just fight.
What?
Just play main. I'm gonna send you. Just fight.
Okay.
Fucking shop.
Shop.
Wait.
I'm smoking on this ping.
Hawk out.
It's quiet.
Oh
It's all B. I'm sending you smoke. Play inside the smoke and kill them. Turn around and fight them, Lily. Fight, Lily. Fight. Stay. We kill.
Oh, okay.
More back trees. Deadlock. In the smoke.
B.
Lock's in the smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Back calls last.
Bro, I'm blind.
Nice. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Good shit.
Why are there so many deadlock holes?
Let's get these idiots.
Wait, that...
Confidence in those fights, Lily. I like that.
What? Yeah. Or do we? Yeah. So second round, if you win, we force. Or no?
That is so correct. Oh my.
No charges.
Yeah, that is so correct. Hold on, I'm
Sound
using
sensor
these
out.
things for the first time. I've never...
Okay, Lily. I don't consider the sheriff a force, though. I'll allow it for Michael because I've seen his sheriff. He's kind of clean with it. Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
I'm better than him. I swear.
Oh well, then buy the sheriff. Then prove it.
No, you just lowered my self-esteem.
I don't know where they are. Michael, are they there?
Oh, B.
Oh my god, again?
Oh, don't jump peek it.
Oh, Lappy.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Spawned too.
Dog.
Scout destroyed. Very low.
Two more back calls. Gonna smoke. Keeping back screens. I got a
Hey,
sky
Michael,
flash through
are
the
you
smoke.
muted?
Don't be. Oh god, I've been
Can you
muted this
sky
whole
flash
time.
through the smoke for
I
me?
fucking knew it.
Bird, can you throw the bird?
Is there a bird? 5 seconds.
Okay. Okay.
Oh god!
Bird.
One flank.
Behind the pillar.
Link.
How long have I been muted for?
Oh, like ever since.
like
he's got a
this
martial
entire
log. He's
game,
got a
yeah.
martial.
Oh, I had push to talk on because I was playing Battle Pit earlier. Don't worry.
There.
Oh, somewhere mid.
Enemy spotted me.
There we go. Oopsie doopsies. Ah.
Be like super flank.
Gecko's
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
might push.
That jet could be anywhere.
I think it's gonna be A.
Yeah.
Just careful.
Spike planted.
Oh.
There's nothing be like.
Squad.
Spectre be like.
No.
Oh fuck.
On. It's all good. It's all good. Oh, she got dash.
Okay, jump peaks.
Shadows traveling.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
TNT.
Yo, the
Zork
scores are the
just
exact
clicked
same
me, dude.
with the enemy team right now.
Oh my god, you're right.
Forge us a path, Sky. I'll be right behind you.
Okay.
Uncanny.
Did we win that?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Okay, I think we gotta save one. You wanna all push A main?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just push this.
Let's go. Let's push it.
Pop my
Like
Omen
that.
ultimate behind them.
Oh, you're using an ult here. Okay.
Sound sensor up.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm gonna do a lineup.
Hold those angles.
What are you?
What
You have no idea what you're doing. Okay.
Blocking movement.
Oh, I don't have blind.
And it's fine. Fight, you're better. We only saw 4, yeah?
I prevented them from going in.
Last player standing.
I got this.
Spike planted. Flawless.
Oh, Ruffles V.
That was a great effort.
Yeah. All good.
Alright, we've got this.
Okay, I need to be
I
on
think I can go
A.
B. Okay, I'll go B.
How does
I'm
this
gonna play
work?
an A with Scarra.
Can I go like this?
Yeah. It'll activate when sound is made.
Alright, Lily.
Listen.
What? Where?
And then
I'll play back.
I think it's good for like
I'll be
catching flank, right? Cause
just don't look at it.
Oh, here. I saw.
oh, Gecko here, A, B.
I'm just full running. Oh god, I hope there's not someone mid.
I'm flashing over 1 sec.
Oh, you're our.
Blinded.
A B-Link.
It's 80.
I need heal.
Dodge?
Yeah, I
Flashing that neon. You should be able to scale on her. B-Link.
Neon's 150.
Behind us.
Oh, sorry, Neon's
Behind us.
Oh, behind
Gecko?
us.
Standing.
I'm sorry. I could have communicated behind us better.
Good.
Yeah, you really
Behind
should have.
us.
What's behind us?
Let me think. Behind.
What is it called on the map?
Us. Behind. I could have pronounced that better. That's on me.
I hate you.
Behind. Kind of do like a French thing.
Disappear. Shadows traveling.
Oh, you got an ace.
This guy really fucking.
My
just
shot in
went-
the smoke hit her. Dang.
Oh wow. Wait,
Hit her for
really?
40.
Like
Yeah.
she was at 20 life or something. 40 life.
Hit her for 40. Yeah. I just aimed too low, I guess. I'm bad.
How do I do this?
Want to back and tag him with me, Scarra? You get a marshal, I get a sheriff. We both aim for the body, and it does 150 damage.
For what?
So it's like we have an op.
Listening.
Wait for
The bag and tag.
Yeah,
We just
yeah.
both aim for a body shot. Yeah, right here, and I'll just be right here, and we shoot and walk left.
Okay, I'm
Get
not
out
there.
of my
So
way.
who are you talking to?
Holy shit, I'm talking to Michael. Oh my god.
That's why I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
And Michael totally like listened, and he's doing it.
Sensor trick.
Like
They're both tripped. They're both the sensors are tripped.
subconsciously understood that I was talking to him. Can I give you a smoke top window?
You know they're gonna push
Over
it.
there.
Oh my god, she's secret.
And I said it out
Spike
loud.
planted.
Oh my god, spawn.
Oh my god, I was off by so little.
Jeez.
Last player standing.
What?
Wait, these guys are not that bad.
What?
Wait.
Nani?
Yeah, this is my bad. We're facing a bunch of like diamonds.
Yeah, when I press tab, it's 71111.
No, it's just because I'm playing this character that's really good.
Agreed.
Hold on. Give me. I literally just doubled. I'm gonna put these guys in body bags. Give me a sec.
Leave Scarra to do that on A then.
I'm gonna switch to Scarra because I know
Let's scale up B right now. I'm gonna smoke B. Take our B space. Fight them. It's quiet.
Here?
No surprises.
Sorry.
No way.
Scared me.
3 out A. 3 out A.
111
Go
on Jet. This guy's fucking
they push
crazy.
secret very fast. Careful,
Spike
Lily.
planted.
With you, Lily. Let's go. Let's fight him.
Last player
Very
standing.
secret.
Oh, I think this. 140 Brim.
Oh, don't worry, I got it, boys.
Yep.
Oh!
What does this character do? What do they do? What do we do?
Okay, it just means you can't leave it
What
unless
does
you
this
take it
character
off. Now you're good. Now you're good.
You're good. Nice.
You can't walk through that. You can shoot through it.
I can't walk through it. What do you mean?
Holy, wait, you just walked through it. He's different.
That's why I'm different, baby. It's because I only need 3 shots. 1.
Oh,
Never mind.
Nice try.
Nice try.
What happened to that? Oh, I guess she died.
Yeah, that was weird.
No.
The symphony of death. Hurry to get used to it.
Okay, wait. Every time they hit A, the Neon just runs secret. What if we're all just secret holding her? Like, we don't contest anything, and we just have the full firing squad in secret waiting for this Neon. We're all just waiting right here, and she runs in, and we blast her.
That sounds like a great idea.
And then watch them plant B.
You know she does that stun thing, right?
Nah, no, she won't.
Yeah, don't worry. We got this shit.
We got 2 different angles.
Can't stun all of
Can't stun
secret.
2 different places.
Oh, sorry.
B, didn't they?
I can't talk right now. I'm gonna go get an ace.
Sound sensor up.
Okay.
Oh my god, okay.
Alright, well, we're waiting here for you to push him back to A.
Okay.
Any second now.
He is still very quiet.
B, it's B, bro. It's B.
No, no.
Spike planted.
Get the
That's
ace.
me. That's me.
Oh, you
Lily.
scared the shit out of me.
Why are you aiming at me? Flank
I
mid?
fucking knew. I thought I saw someone's gun staying out like in the corner.
No, it's one long.
Back call.
Give me those
Nice.
Okay, Lily?
Yep. Long players. I'm peeking.
Oh, shit.
Where are they?
39 deadlock.
They're long. They're long.
Both main.
Pause.
How are they not blind? Is this thing block blinds?
No.
They're just dodging behind the pillar. He was deep mid. Behind the pillar.
Use it. Don't worry about it. I got it.
Last player standing.
Oh no.
NT.
Okay, this Neon, I got it. I've literally downloaded her. She's gonna fucking die.
Alright, I'm buying
Hey,
it up.
I think she only goes secret or mid, and so we just hold
Yeah.
secret at mid.
Wait, we're not buying? We
Whoa,
are
Lily's got
buying.
an op.
Oh, we're definitely buying.
Okay, someone come near me because I'm
Whoa.
gonna die and drop
No,
this.
you hold it down, alright?
You've got that shit.
Yeah, we're just gonna...
We're gonna stay far away from you to inspire you because I'm
Please
confident
no.
you're
Why
not
is
gonna
there
lose
no
the
one
op.
here?
Because you got the route. I'll send a bird to check for you.
Yeah, Michael, that Neon goes fast. Okay, good luck. He's good?
Sound sensor up. Over
Yeah,
there.
for sure.
Yeah.
Take an orb.
She got A. Smoking A.
Oh, they
That's gonna like lurk mid or some shit, no?
Watch this.
Killing them in?
Oh, fuck, my fisherman move.
Oh, what the
Thank you for free gun.
Killing mid.
No escape.
I can spec flash something.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
I'm gonna fight his monster with my dog.
Get that from secret.
Help! Help!
He
Last
deadlock.
player standing.
Very good. I got this.
Nice.
Okay.
These guys are pretty good at attacking. I mean, it's attacker sided.
Yeah, they're not gonna be anything on defense. It's gonna be really sad.
Are we buying?
Blue,
Okay.
blue. BT63. Look at my
I'm down
blue
to half
mods.
buy.
Half 5?
Oh yeah, half.
We got this shit. Now we bag and tag again, Michael. This time I'm talking to Michael and not Scarra.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Lena, watch this.
Okay.
I'm
What am I watching?
Two body shots. Two body shots.
To the bodies.
Up.
Oh, A.
Dude, I have not seen them push your site like a single time.
What?
Not that I would make a difference.
You would. You're a mistaker. I was fucking him in. You're gonna put a smoke like on top of you guys. You're gonna hide in it.
We shit on them. We shit on them. Oh, I'm a cocoon. A cocoon.
Break the cocoon. Break the cocoon. Send him.
Hello.
Send him.
Hello.
Oh,
I
he's
don't know
dead.
how to fucking. I don't know. I shot it a bunch.
I just killed one through the smoke.
What?
They're concussed.
Nice.
I think on the right.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Spike down A.
Blinded.
Last player standing.
He's not really.
Clutch.
Oh.
Come on.
Venti.
Wait, Lena, we kind of held that down.
We kind of did. They threw everything at us. We both got ulted on though, but.
Yeah, that kind of sucked.
Hmm.
Okay, they're definitely not gonna
sting us
find
this
me
time.
again.
They won't.
If they come B, don't look out. I can
Sound
flash
sensor
over
up.
it, and they'll all be blind, and then you guys peek out, and then you kill
Listening.
all of them.
Nice. That's a good
Right
plan.
over here.
Hold on.
Explodes. They die.
Hold on, I'm just gonna go Hulk out real
It goes
quick.
really good, Lily.
Okay.
And it lets you
Huh?
peek out off of his flash. Yeah.
I'm not gonna come A.
3, 2, go. Never mind.
So blind.
I heard someone mid.
Here?
Yeah, one mid.
Probably Neon. She's probably gonna peek. Oh my god, it's the whole fucking dude squad! Stone's one. Brimstone's one. He's running towards B Link.
One less. Kill confirmed.
Link. They're all Link to A. Link to A.
Yep. Wait, one B long.
Oh, never mind. What the fuck?
Oh my god, they're planting!
Wait, no, wait. Oh.
Oh wait, I thought they all
Spike
went
planted.
in. What the fuck?
Last player standing.
Sorry,
I'm getting stunned from.
Oh jeez.
dude. They played. I killed both of them trying to go through connector. I just assumed they all went to A.
Standing in between us and victory.
Can I just not buy a util on this character? And just use my net? Is that fucking weird? Like,
I like that Vandal no armor.
yeah.
Aldri sur.
Literally, I'm gonna blind out here when they don't come, and I'll hit no one, and then. We'll be
Oh,
dead.
I hear Gecko here. I heard Gecko here.
Throwing net.
I just missed everything. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I would not have done any better. Fucking wingman!
This 4.
Killed wingman, baby. Well, there we go.
Oh, you concussed so many of them too.
Spike planted.
Oh my god. Brim is main.
Set up a trip, B Link.
Hold on, they won't know.
Over there.
One hall.
Last player standing.
How did this guy get?
Long.
My god. That's me business.
Last round in the half.
Don't save anything. Last chance to use our stuff.
It's fine. I'll shit on them. Fine.
Fine,
Well,
okay,
I'm thinking I'm gonna do
whatever.
this
Scarra
round.
will shit on them.
Yeah, like literally, like when I fucking just throw this, and then the fucking
Sound
just throw
sensor out.
this,
And they can't get off.
they can't
I'll
make
hold B.
any sound.
Get out of my way!
I'm pissed.
Oh,
Barrier
say.
I think I missed all his knives.
No surprises.
Neon's on.
Oh, he's nice.
Neon's dead. Neon's dead.
Come on,
Flashing out, man.
Dogging.
Oh, I suck.
Scout destroyed.
Man.
Dogs. Echo Vic mode.
Lurk
Oh my
A.
god, there's one
Enemy
in
spotted
this.
A Link.
Look out.
Oh, he ran away.
I have one on TV. Oh,
You don't have a gun.
Yeah, there's a gun nearby for sure.
there is.
Gun here. Gun here.
I
Or
accidentally-
phantom backside.
Ah, why did I use that?
Take it out.
Hey?
Walk out.
Hey, Link. Dead.
Heard the dad? No,
That's
that was,
me.
That's us.
Spike planted.
What the fuck is that?
Dog can smell them.
I can smell you.
Smoke halls.
Blocking sight.
Holding
Oh
halls.
shit!
I'll just defuse it real quick. Don't worry about
Oh,
it.
I think they're both long.
I actually wouldn't worry about this.
Ooh!
yeah,
Imagine though.
that was close.
One
Long.
enemy remaining.
Ah,
Last player standing.
It's happening.
Oh, it's got a lineup, dude.
Oh,
Bro, this is unrated?
yeah, what the
Yeah,
fuck
it's
was
okay.
this lineup?
Oh my goodness.
You get
What's
the
Oh my god.
Just chilling. This feels like the tournament. This is
Switching
crazy.
sides.
Yeah, it was my fault. My MMR is really high.
There's no need for the enemy to
No,
fight.
it's my fault.
Yeah,
Killing
they're
practice.
attacked.
No, I'm starting to think that her GravNet isn't a real ability. like it's like an ability that's like a you don't buy. Like it's just you just save 200.
I feel that it's useful when you pair it. It's kind of like Fade Seeds where you want to use like enemy damaging
I have to
utility
use
with
it with like whatchamacallit, Raise Nade or something.
Yeah. I'm actually getting flashback to high school when I was like challenger at League, and my IRL friends would stop inviting me to play because we'd face like diamonds and we'd always lose. It reminds me of that.
No, you're not that good. Don't worry. These guys aren't that good either.
Thank you.
Oh, this guy's this shorty.
You're not that good. You're not that
Yeah,
good.
you're
This
not
guy
that good.
sucks. These guys suck.
Blinding. One's art.
One art. I'm smoking flowers.
Wait. We're not fully walled off.
Don't worry,
Echo
don't worry.
85.
Holy shit! Yeah,
Art.
Wait, guys,
Mean
keep
on
the
the bright
freaking
side?
thing, man.
How do I fucking break this?
Break the balls. The red
gotta
balls.
break the middle part.
Jesus Christ!
It's got a million health.
Is
dude.
that?
One enemy remaining. Spike
I killed
down
2 of them.
A.
I don't know where the other one is.
Art?
Oh my god.
No!
Nice.
Why were we so blocked?
When I saw a student dome,
You shoot all the balls?
that's a nice has
It's got like
right,
600
true.
HP. It's really good on pistol round.
Oh yeah, it's stupid, but just for pistol, and then the rest of the rounds like okay.
It's just like a bad ability. It's not that bad. You can
Did
buy
we
it with a
lose?
smoke.
We
We
won.
won.
No, we won. Lily, how do you not know this? I swear the next question you're asked is, are we attacking or defending?
I do ask
She
that.
asked that a lot. When she's
I
asked,
know.
"Are we planting?" and I'm like,
I know. I watched so many of her VODs.
Oh,
Bag and tagging. That's my move.
We don't have to commit to this. We don't have to commit to this.
That'd be
Oh,
admitting
wait.
defeat.
I
I think
learned
you've got to
some-
push it.
all right, Lily, make space.
Yeah, I'm making
Alright,
space. Don't worry, don't worry. There.
Oh my
Oh
God,
shit!
Lily's
Wrong
doing the
way,
thing.
wrong way,
Do the
wrong way,
thing.
wrong way,
Do it.
wrong way. I forgot.
Do it.
It was.
Go heaven.
Listening.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Nice try. Nice try. All good.
Sensor trigger.
That B-Link. One flank.
Last player
Fuck.
standing.
On flank.
Oh,
Spike
Okay.
down B.
Up. Yup. Up.
Huge.
Good.
Team A.
Oh no.
you heard him? Oh no, I didn't.
Point.
I was listening to my music. I could not.
Okay, what if we
They are
contact explode up indoors, which means we all just like shift walk, no noise, and then once we make noise, we explode full noise. And we'll try to walk into
Well,
connector,
yeah,
into A-Link to A,
not work.
but through the mid doors. So like they think it's B, they start rotating off A.
Yeah, whatever you
Just
said.
follow me through the
I
doors.
literally
Okay, yeah.
heard none of that. Anyone else?
Shift walk and follow the omen.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's just follow him.
You ever hear about the round?
N
where-
is simple.
Someone's about to get a quadra
Walk
kill
around
here.
smoke.
Dude, I
Walk into connector. We're going to A.
Whoa, we're so fucking sneaky here.
Oh, are they sniping? Wait, I'm actually sus. I think we go back B.
No,
I think they're
no,
aware.
No, you're in your own head. You're in your own head, dude. You're in your own head.
Okay, hey, I'm not in my own head. We're going A.
Oh,
Explode! Explode!
Spike down A.
Oh! Go!
Blinded! Explode!
One more side.
What? Hey, yes. Side dead.
Let's go, winnable.
Big explode!
Grab the bomb. I can grab the bomb. It's no biggie.
I have the spike.
We're gonna smoke off the angle you're looking at. We're gonna walk secret together.
No, what are?
Buy time for me.
Last player standing.
They're tagged up.
One enemy remaining.
3 killed.
50 on this guy?
No!
My 50 damage help, baby.
They only get 12.
Uh-huh.
The back swing towards at least one of us.
It's actually so easy to win the 2v2, and I'm with Michael. I felt so confident.
Well, what about the rest of us?
You were all dead. I was talking about the 2v2.
Oh, I see.
Would you have felt confident if it was anyone else?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't get to play the 2v2 with you. I
Alright,
can't rate
everyone
you.
die, but him.
Bring your best.
That's sample.
You want a gun,
Also
Michael? I can
kill
buy you.
3
You
of them.
just gonna sheriff? Oh my god.
I
You
was
just
gonna have requested.
Lily, take my vandal. I've got a sheriff. It's fine.
No. Give me the sheriff.
Guys,
I've seen your sheriff. I don't want you to have it.
guys, anyone here?
That was the luckiest shot of my life.
Spike down A.
I was watching you die so I could take your vandal. I'm not gonna lie.
Fucking
I'm sorry.
trade me. Wow.
No.
Oh.
You're saying? You're saying?
That shot.
Thank you. There's a vandal down in that smoke.
Do you want me to
You're
make
gonna
space? I
flank
can do
fast.
it.
They're gonna flank so fast. I can smell them.
I shut off the mid guy.
Wait, I have to spike?
No, I don't think they flank because the flanker's usually the two that's dead.
Yeah, we might be.
So smelly though.
I got the spike.
I got the spike.
Aww. Oh shit! Oh man, I keep jumping.
No, we go
by
back A. We go
accident.
back A. We've cleaned out the
We
flank.
go back A for sure. Guaranteed easy mode.
Oh, right there.
I saw their
All good.
fucking
All
icon
good. Just go
pop
A.
up
Just
on
go
the
A.
map.
She's fine. Doesn't even hear us going A right now.
Dude, no worries.
Should I dash?
30
We're
seconds left.
dashing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, Lily. Let's do it. Entry?
No charges
Oh,
left.
I only have
do
one.
it.
Shit.
Do it, Lily. Do it.
Smoke in the smoke in the smoke in the
Just
smoke in the
don't
smoke.
talk to me. Don't
Not
talk
the
to me. I'm
thing,
so
but good job.
Art.
Shadows traveling.
One flowers. 2 art.
I'll flash out of the smoke.
Blinded.
Flash. Above,
Oh,
on
onside.
box.
Yep.
Player
I jumped again?
Prepare for hellfire.
Jesus.
Basically it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Defenders win.
Close game, guys.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
They honestly got lucky.
Yeah, they got lucky on that one.
Wow.
God, I'm glad I unbound tab.
Did you really?
Yeah. A while ago.
One more?
I wonder what their ranks are.
Down. They were all plat diamond.
How do you know?
You are on tracker, right?
Yeah, I don't even want to say because I feel like they don't pay me or anything, you know?
Oh, right.
It's an application that lets me see the ranks of the players in the lobby.
It's an app.
There's like 5 of them, so it doesn't matter which particular one you use.
Right.
I guess in no order. There's Valorant Rank Yoinker. There's Tracker GG. There's Blitz. Let's see, are there more? Actually, I think it's just those 3.
They have those spend. They do spend money.
Wait, they cost money?
No, they spend money because they're competing each other.
Yeah, except for Valorant Rank Yoinker, which is just like an open source GitHub repo.
Oh.
That one's also the most jank.
All right, when's the OTV battle bit, Tourney?
What's the
Dude,
OTV?
I would kill. Oh my god, I want to do that so bad. It's so fun.
Can you do a custom game?
I don't know, honestly.
Like,
I'm sure.
could we ask a dev for like
Maybe. Wouldn't that be super fun? I would love that.
That would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Could you
Match found.
Could you play custom game server on BattleBit?
That one you can put me as the pro for.
You got us?
You guys want to play Agent Roulette?
I'm down.
Yeah. How do you
Okay, okay. Everyone, hover jet.
Okay.
Hover it. Don't lock it in.
Okay.
Good
Scarra.
comms. Good comms.
All right. Now, don't do anything.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm good at that.
I know about 2 agents.
Oh, this is gonna be
Oh.
so
You're about to
fun.
know 3.
Lily always says this and then gets an agent where she's like, I don't want to play.
I hate.
No.
Just watch.
Trust me.
40 seconds. Just watch.
Oh, he's gonna get like raise.
Oh, raise is awesome.
I can satchel, but single satchel only.
That's actually good.
Ooh. My friend Dopai is similar, and he's a raised main, and he peaked rank 1.
Yeah, no, I'm like, you don't need a
Single
double
satchel's
satchel.
OP.
Yeah.
Oh, by single satchel, I mean I satchel vertically.
Okay, well that's pretty bad.
Wait, what?
That's pretty bad.
You go up and down. Okay, but if I get Omen, I am dodging.
No, you have to learn
Your
shapes,
choice,
Lily.
This was your choice.
Yeah.
No, Lily, there's
You
actually a
gotta
trick with
live with
Omen
the
that nobody has told you. You got to play it through. I'm gonna show you the trick.
Guys, I'm so nervous.
I hope it's Omen.
Oh god, I hope I
This
get
was your
jet.
idea. This was your idea.
What are we gonna get?
I'm scared.
Oh!
More duelist in chamber?
Bro, I've never once tried race.
Phoenix.
Well, you should. Race is awesome. Race is so fun.
Okay, 4 duelist comp.
Wait,
No
this
problem.
comp's not even that bad on Bind.
It's not.
Like,
we have smokes. I can smoke.
So-
They don't either.
Yeah, my premier team played 5 duelists, and we won on bind.
yeah, no, Bind is not bad for.
The enemy skies.
Okay, yeah.
Have you ever
I don't
played
know how to
5
play
smokes
this
versus
test.
5 smokes. It's so
Have.
Oh.
wait, what's the what do I buy as race?
If you're Jing, then you request a frenzy, and your duo buys it for you, and you go double satchel
yeah.
light
Okay,
armor.
Pause.
Request. I'm buying you. I'm buying you.
Yeah, request a frenzy.
Request. I got you. I'm literally Forsaken. Forsaken plays chamber on this map when he duos with Jing. Okay, now you buy satchel light armor, and we're gonna do what's called a hookah pop. Because we're gonna walk into hookah, and then when we get close to the window, you're gonna double satchel out for us, as in the pop, and off of Michael's flash. He's gonna flash.
You're gonna explode out of there.
This is not gonna
So
be-
you have to jump off the right side of.
Oh, that's perfect because we need.
Oh,
That's perfect because you need it now.
Yeah, about that.
All right, well, let's just full hookah noise hit.
Flash.
T, jet, left side.
Pop. My eyeballs. That was huge. That was a huge fly. That was the pop. That's the pop we needed.
Well, I mean, we're on site.
There we
so
are. Got Cam.
All right,
They're coming
Lily,
out elbow.
Okay.
Cam's dead. One shoulder. Cubby? No, dead.
All
Cubby
right,
dead.
Show us, Lily. What they
Show
call
you
you
what?
cryo.
CT.
Oh, CT.
We haven't
I'm
planted.
scared.
We have a spike.
Yeah, Lily, can you just walk forward confidently, grab that bomb, and go plant?
Yeah, I got.
I got the spike.
I'm gonna go ahead and trust them. Lying and unrated on them.
We're telling the truth.
Wait, she's blinking.
She blinked. She
Lily
blinked
wants to be on
menacingly.
the board.
She did.
I wanted to be on the board. You're right.
One step closer.
That was a good hookah pop. Now let's do it for real, because now you've got 2 satchels. So when you jump off this box, you have to hug the right side of it, because there's a ribbon on the roof that you'll bonk your head on otherwise. So keep that in mind. And then you have to jump off the right side of that box and double satchel
Can you
out.
ping where I put my satchel again?
It's kind of feel based.
Oh.
You sort of put it where it feels right, but sort of there. He likes to throw his satchel after he jumps because he's really cool.
Oh.
I'm a Doki. Welcome back for 3 months, 6 weeks subbing.
So wait, so I hit satchel again to like.
Lily, you did no, this the
Correct.
camera
Yeah,
story.
correct. Yep, you hop up on the right side of
The
this
what?
box.
There's a
but-
camera.
Yeah, okay,
Where?
pop. Good. Okay, okay. Good effort. Good effort. First on side. He's dead. Good shit. Planting the bomb. It's flash.
Guys,
CT.
I'm
Both CT. Both CT.
Guys, stall.
I'm stalling. Wait, don't kill them. Don't kill them. We want to get Scarra knife kills. Don't let him out either.
Got him knife. Get the knife. Get the knife. We'll keep waiting.
Yep, I'm making hella noise.
One enemy remaining.
Another. Oh, she's aware. She's aware.
Oh god.
Okay, what went wrong with that satchel?
Oh.
Well, you didn't. You have to hop onto this box. Then satchel. Like, so the more like momentum you have when you pop the satchel, the more it transfers into the new direction. So jumping from a vertically advantageous position is going to give you more downwards momentum because you've got more time in free fall.
Did you understand that at all, Lena?
No.
When things fall longer, they get faster. And so you want to jump from higher things.
Time to jump.
Wait, I'll throw my boombot. Oh shit.
Oh, I fired you. I'm sorry.
What happened?
What?
Spike down A.
Oh no, our spike.
Someone's A.
Oh my god, I suck. Reina 120.
No, you
Nice trade.
Reloading.
Is the judge the best gun in the
You
game?
have 2 hookah.
Where are we going?
Someone's A.
I'm gonna flash myself.
Flash.
Okay, do it.
And then
Then you kill him.
we kill him.
Okay.
Repeat, he's a corner. He's a
Close.
corner. He's a corner.
Close cubby.
Watch your eyes.
Last player standing. Get out
Nice.
of here.
They knife us back.
Figure it out.
Jeez, don't scare me like that.
I don't care if there are
Did we
5
lose?
of them or 50 of them.
We lost.
No, that was a
Okay.
good round from us.
Ooh.
That guy got
Can I
the
get
judge
orb?
kill
Yeah.
here.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
I'm done. We should get her the orb.
Okay, someone give me an orb so I can cryo.
Okay, yeah, the orb is
Wait,
right
let's go
Cryo.
get you. Let's go you the VO.
Here.
You long? Okay. A Blong orb, and then we'll all TP, and we'll take the Showers orb for Michael, and we'll get the hecking God couple double ulting out.
Oh yeah. They won't be able to stop us.
Gotta be left side.
Oh,
That's a deep nade.
Wait,
Good.
are we TPing?
Oh no, we're TPing, Lily, TPing.
Oh!
Okay, good fake.
I'm so
Crazy,
sorry.
crazy. No, you did a great job.
I wasted my ult.
You're good.
I'm gonna ult.
I've got your trail.
Oh god.
Oh, that went backwards. I'm so sorry.
Spike planted. Cutting through. Someone's A.
Here's out CT.
2 heaven.
Backside. Just one.
Oh Jesus.
Enemy spotted A.
Lights up.
Oh, we're at the wrong way.
Decoy.
Or heaven.
Oh my god.
Last player standing.
140 right now.
One enemy
140.
Ready.
Oh,
healing.
I'm
I'm
so
I hit her
close.
for 10.
He's healing. It's
she
my
healed.
bad. Bad calm. Good play.
Okay, it's too late. Oh,
It's not too late.
Anyone have any splints? I may have jammed my fingers.
I don't like Raze.
She's so fun. Don't worry, you're changing
Cooking
mine.
though.
she's pretty fun. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I
Oh
want
wait,
a
wait, wait, I
hamburger.
know how to do this. Okay, someone
Gun
take this
here.
vandal. And I'm gonna do the thing. Wait.
Oh,
I'm gonna do
shorty?
the thing. Yeah, I'm gonna do the thing.
He's gonna do the thing.
Wait, why
Okay,
don't
we
just
got an
take
extra
the
vandal.
I'll take it then. It's
No,
because
no,
he
but
might
Shorty
die.
falls out faster. This is good. This is good. But you shouldn't
Yeah.
have the bomb.
I'm
I'll pick a
slightly
bomb.
confused. I clicked the same button to detonate it, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I feel like
Sure,
I
this
always
is good.
release
I'll
another
follow
one.
you.
Wait, hold on.
Yep, I'm following you.
I'll handle this.
Clear, clear, clear,
Cypher
clear.
cam
One
here.
side.
In the tube, in the tube.
I'm back.
Broke his trip.
What?
You guys want to
145, 145 Sky.
Nice.
My ult is
What
ready.
the
Last player standing.
Good.
Wow.
Oh, what?
Here.
Scared.
That made me a lot though.
Not your best.
Team Ace.
Oh, she got healed.
Damn, man. His name is Learn Chinese, man. We gotta go overseas after this game.
Let's get these things.
Only if we lose.
Oh my god, that person's name's Yummy Katsu. I literally said I was.
Yamikatsu, I am
That's wild.
starving.
Are we? I can buy one.
I just had Italian food and it was so good.
I can,
Oh my god.
if we're buying, I can buy one person.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
Bubblegum. Okay, but like, okay, I'm just gonna drop this in the corner. And anyone.
No one
Oh,
was
I
watching
can't-
shower last round, so we could just walk up slow maybe.
Down for that.
Wait, I thought we were walking.
It doesn't make noise back here. They can't hear it.
This judge.
Oh,
Jesus Christ!
Explode! Explode!
Oh, I have my ult, I have my ult. I have ult on.
Do it! Do it! Oh, I'm ready!
Watching for ult.
Oh.
Right
Uh-oh.
side, up right
Uh-oh.
side.
Uh-oh.
Last player standing.
That could have gone better for me, but
What's my favorite food? Some sort
that,
of.
how many
huh,
fucking people from their team was that?
sushi,
Jesus
Chinese
Christ.
food.
3.
It's some sort of Asian food. A lot recently. It's been soup, cold noodles. But I'm very like I'm seasonal. When it
Got the
comes to my
ELO
favorite
rifle.
food. Dude,
I'm gonna peek showers.
Dude, this guy does not peek. Okay, or he just plays judge in that shower every round.
I think he's
He
gonna
wasn't
peek.
there last round.
Alright, here's what's gonna happen. Here's what's gonna happen. Okay, watch this. Watch this.
Cutting through.
Oh, this.
Ideally.
That was long.
Oh, someone's hookah. Nice.
Gonna peek.
This guy sucks. Oh, I dropped
Really
spike.
gonna peek.
I'm dipping.
Oh, yeah, surely.
He's gonna.
Raiders control A.
Oh, careful showers. Careful showers.
That's out B.
You have a halfway controlled site A.
It's like a
Okay, I
third
like
way.
that.
The third of the way, yeah.
Holding line showers. Or, sorry, tower.
Spike planted.
For tower, I got contact on him. Here come U-Haul.
Me, it's me.
Yep.
Just in case you didn't know.
Good comms, good comms, good comms.
No, because sometimes I get confused.
I've got your U-Haul. I've got your U-Haul.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only your back, of course.
It's up trap.
One
The
enemy
fuck?
remaining.
Just like one shot.
Lily doesn't say anything for 2 rounds. Just says, it's me.
It's me.
I'm just like,
Something nice to kill them.
She was letting us know, okay? Oh.
Wait,
Whoa!
Hackers
You take
win.
those!
I'm done.
Yo, GG, easy.
That's
Maybe they're going to
it.
eat.
Awesome. That was
banana.
epic.
Yeah, it's the banana.
GG, guys.
Okay.
Good job on the move up.
Move up.
Move up.
We played 7
Thank you.
rounds.
I
That
know,
one
that was
didn't
really
feel very
fast.
rewarding, given it was
I know.
3 to
Should
4
we
when we
play like an LG then?
Okay.
What?
I'm
We
down.
could play Swift Play or something.
Yeah, let's play Swift Play. It's easy. It's fast.
It's fast, it's fun, it's gone.
Dude. Bum, bum, bum,
Were you big Dominion fans? when it was out.
Have you played the 2v2 mode yet?
Yeah, actually, one of my old league teammates is like rank 1 right now in that.
What?
I'm bad at it. I play 80 carries, and 80 carries are not fun. But
does he play 80 enchanter?
Yes, yes.
You know,
every game he plays like Twitch, Lulu, Sona nonsense, and it's like broken.
Yeah. Did you know? Apparently, like you had a Poppy Cannon as like rank 1.
That's crazy.
Poppy
Cannon.
Those characters are broken, and people are not.
So
playing them
the combo I was cooking was Callista Garen.
Oh, that is you're
Callista gets ult every fight. It's actually not bad.
All I do in that mode is I pray to God I get Apex Predator and then Heartsteel proc my way to 1000 HP. Oh, what do I do? And then ban 7 80 carries.
The problem is my 80 carry of choice is Draven, and he is just not fun. It's either you do really well or you get one shot by like a Kayn.
Oh yeah. I'm a Poppy believer. Poppy is the most broken assassin in that game mode that could possibly exist.
I don't want to see that. I'm gonna look it up.
I literally play with Lily, and I was just like one-shotting every team with Lily.
That was fun. We played so many. The plant! Hit the plant!
I taught Lily how to hit the plant.
Oh, the plants are broken.
Dude.
You have to play around the plants.
I know, but I didn't know how to play it, and all Scarra would do is yell at me, Lily, the plant! The plant!
Yeah.
Oh!
Plant is like,
wait,
it's the thing.
Wait, the 80 carries and supports got nerfed today.
Nice!
Oh!
Yeah, nice. They're being pretty aggressive with their patching, so I'm pretty happy.
It's pretty fun. Michael, you should play it.
I'm down.
Michael, you would like it a lot.
Yeah,
I want to watch Michael play it.
There are a lot of like Zed's good if you get certain augments, and there are some hilarious things you can do in that mode.
Dude, I would try it honestly.
Let me go see. Let me see so it's Soul Fighter hotfix. Look on Twitter for these. Hold up. Is this Soul Fighter or it's like Fight Night hotfix? Fight Night. What's it called? Fight Night. League hotfix. League 2v2 hotfix. 2v2.
Okay, Lily, have you learned the jet executes on this map that I showed you?
No, I didn't watch the video yet.
Soul Brawl?
Let me skip over to it.
I honestly would have preferred to just get stabbed. I feel so betrayed. I put so much work into that video.
I watched the pro parts.
Is it arena?
But I couldn't execute it well.
League
That's normal. They're pretty tough. Those are some high level executes, but it won't take you that long to like learn them, and they're way better than the average thing people in your rank have ever seen ever.
Hold on.
So it's gonna be like you'll get tons of really free kills if you do it with confidence. That last part being more important than you realize.
Sorry, I thank you.
Dude,
okay, we're gonna hit B. We're gonna hit B. The B hit's really easy. I'm just gonna explain it to you.
Okay, all right.
All you do is you smoke here on the right part. In the middle, you dash out and you just push waterfall really fast.
Got it. I'll do that.
All you do.
Okay, this character has one ability. Got it.
It's pistol round. You got the thing?
Yeah, of course. It's free. I got the thing.
Nice. Oh, that's your free one?
Yeah, it has like 1,600 health total on it.
Yeah, it's actually giga broken.
It's unkillable on this round unless they spend
like,
all of their.
It's unjustified how much health it has on pistol.
I watched it. I watched the part. I got it. I know what to do. Okay.
Yeah.
Right
there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, don't worry, guys.
I'm gonna dog.
Space.
Got the dash part, but it's all good. It's all good.
I forgot the dash.
Hey, you fight that guy. You fight that guy.
I lost.
All good.
Also, who's deadlock?
I am.
You body blocked me.
Last player standing.
I got a double. I got mine.
Hey, we got the wall.
I'm blaming. I'm just blaming
I'm
other
planting.
I'll find you. Mark 2.
Wow, that was such a quick turn away.
Thank you.
One
enemy remaining.
Oh my god!
Okay, I'm looking at the micro patch notes.
It's all thanks to your
Cassia,
execute, Lily.
Cassia,
Know that it's
Cassia,
fine to die
Monster.
first on Jet. Let's go.
Okay, can I
Mr.
try
Renew
again?
Redemption. Okay.
B this or
I'm gonna see the large patches.
The A one's tricky. We want to do B or C. A is too tricky.
Tomorrow. Okay, cool.
It takes some time to cook.
Okay, let me watch the C one then. I'm watching.
I'm gonna make some A presents to pull them off of C, and I think you guys walk C.
That looks kind of hard.
Who the hell fakes in Swift play? No, they're gonna fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. They already broke the door.
Wait, but we're being loud though, so I think they know.
It's fine, just go, just go. I think we already pulled them off. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's one guy at most.
Oh, I missed.
Waterfall, waterfall. Just one shot, waterfall, killjoy.
Sensor tripped.
Oh.
Right near the door.
Someone tripped the door.
Yeah.
Sensor.
One more by the door.
Wait, who is door? One of us?
Nice.
Ouch! Nice.
Wait, in Lotus C,
Oh no.
Over there.
did you fly up as well, or was it just in 1E?
C
Mr.
hit
Coach?
uses an updraft.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. Okay.
You
now-
have to watch the video without muting it. I noticed this issue when you first watched one of the clips. I included an auditory guidance alongside the visual aid,
Oh, yeah, that would
which
explain a lot.
explains why I'm using the util as well. Because some of them use two smokes, and I explain why it's important that you need both.
Let me try
Listen
the
to
B
that.
one again.
Oh, okay, let's just
I think
hit
this one I understand more.
Favorite New Jeans song?
I've got Fate Ultimate. I'll
Super
just
Shy,
ult all of
actually.
me.
I think it's their best song. For TikTok. Their best short.
Bring them down. Mark one. Block their
That's right.
Ultimate ready. Where are reloading?
Ow, who threw the grenade?
Oh, good. Now you just kill that guy.
Oh, shit.
Okay, you just have to expect that guy.
Sound sensor up.
Oh my god, this dude's got the KO flashes.
Holy shit.
We gotta watch out for the killjoy ult.
No surprises.
Michael!
No escape.
Hey, I got my guy. I thought he was just walking.
Vandal? I'm gonna watch Scarra fight. I want
watch.
that.
Okay.
Phoenix flank, minus 103. You can fight him. Slow.
Reeling them in.
Last player standing.
I killed one.
Spike down B.
And there's one here. Oh.
Close.
NT.
So close.
Wait, this ulti is so fun. Can it just be a normal ability? Like I don't
round.
I don't really wanna
After this, spend it.
I don't think people would be too happy if that was a normal ability.
Yeah, for like 400 credits.
Yeah, I would be down. I just spend my whole gold. It's like 2,000. That's my
Lily, you
time.
got all the pieces right now, but now you just have to expect this fight to happen and be ready for it and have confidence in it, because that fight will happen.
Okay.
3K?
I'll try the C one.
That dude's not expecting it. Well, maybe that guy is,
Actually,
but
no,
on
I'll be
average in
even.
ranks.
I'll find you.
Missed my eye.
Oh, blinded.
Oh no, I didn't. I'm better.
Take hold.
Right there.
Broke door.
Listening.
Clear.
The hunt begins.
I'm gonna dog out.
He's right there.
Sound sensor up. Sensor tripped.
Drop. Nice. What the hell?
Blocking movement.
Floyd.
Thrash is ready.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, you don't need my wingman.
We're good. Yeah, then.
Oh my god, this killjoy!
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this killjoy's kind of stupid. Good.
What?
Odd. Really?
Where are you? Marked one.
Nice.
Let's go.
No charges.
You E to wall off
Switching
spike. Oh
sides.
yeah.
Make them regret their choice of profession.
Oh man.
You want to seize nade with me, Michael?
Wait, what did you say?
Come A and throw your nade. I seize.
Only one of those util combos I know is on Haven, but everyone fucking does that thing.
Haven. I don't even know the one you're talking about.
Haven A? It's like the one people learned first.
I don't even know it.
Oh, let's go. Blinding.
Oh, they're there, all right.
Wow, Killjoy's 98.
No, Lily, careful.
What?
Reloading.
Fucking what the orb?
One enemy remaining.
Trade. East side.
Where is he?
East side.
Don't kill him. Don't kill him. Wait, where is he?
D. It's like I'm ping here.
Someone's there.
Oh,
Nice! Clean! Let's go!
Match point.
We could finish this with our eyes closed.
But I wouldn't recommend it.
Good morning. What's up, Connor?
Anyone feeling generous?
Wow. Okay.
Thank you.
Wait, if I get an orb, I can ult. You want it back?
Push up A if they don't come.
Ooh, I've actually got a Fade Eye lineup for here on A. I can throw from tree, and then we'll go take the orb for Lily. Wait for my eye. Wait for my eye. It takes like a second.
Oh, I hit her for 50.
Okay.
I think C's.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's all C. Not gonna lie.
Take the gun. Alright. I'm about to be Asuna.
I'm watching.
Oh,
Oh, here we go.
Or fall. Full HP. There's a Vandal on my body.
Spike planted.
You're dead.
Asuna. Nice. Who's next? All good. All good. Bend.
You met
One
Scarra.
bend.
I understand. But
Go,
good for one. That's
Michael.
respectable.
Satchel out. Satchel out. Out of
choice. One enemy.
Oh my!
Where is he?
Unknown.
Michael.
Oh my god.
Wait,
Wait. What? Check this guy's PC.
He doesn't even
You
play
were like
this game,
mid-air.
bro.
No, that's not a.
Defenders win.
He's not playing the same game
Yeah,
as
he's
us.
not
What?
playing Valo either, man. That's not a.
Literally one battle bit right.
Yeah, that was a battle bit shot.
Yeah, it was.
For fan, man, always Vandal.
Good game.
Alright.
Oh man, good game, guys.
GG's, GG's.
GG, thanks for playing.
Thanks for
Thanks for the invite. We're gonna head out.
Goodbye.
Bye.
What am I doing now? Oh, fuck, I already got these in. Well, am I done, or is it time to play 2v2 League? I mean, let me go look at, or where's this thing? Oh, here we go. Okay, let me take a clean look at this. Okay. Passive on hit damage halved. Okay, that's huge. Missing HP decreased to 10%. That's a fucking 33% nerf. Okay. Cassio got damaged, nerfed by quite a bit on her E and a healing. Kendra got a percentage of health healing. Tara got. Kog'Maw just got percentage health. Kog'Maw got hit the least. You can still play Cog for sure. Tara got. Healing ratio is 0.005. Wow, what the fuck? HP ratio got nerfed so much. Ability hastes into 50. Invuln duration by wow, he got nerfed so hard. Twitch got nerfed by whatever, it's still good. And Vayne got nerfed her percentage. Okay, 4 to 6, not bad. In buffs, there's more stuff. Larger set changes at 13.15. I think it'll be pretty good by next patch. I don't actually know if I'm gonna play right now. Let me actually go see. People gonna start calling Twitter X now? No, they're not gonna do that, man. They aren't gonna do that. Remnant 2 is out? Oh no, it was out 3 days ago. The early access was for 3 days. Except for me, Cinch one trick. I don't know what I just get on every time. Cinch is good in the arena. Like, if you're Cinch one trick, I would be pretty happy actually. I mean, you're bad against super duper hyper carries, but it's pretty good. How? My teammate is caught? Bro, let me just show you, man. Also, caveat, I need, like, Vayne, Kaisa bans, usually. I can win against them, but my team... It matters what my teammate picks. How? It was D2... Okay, Arena is so different. You need to understand how, like... Cinch is so good on this game mode, man. There are, I mean, maybe not so good, but he's definitely above average. I played so much of this stupid character. Yeah, I got you. I don't have great partner for this. Usually you want like something range, but it's okay. Region augment is amazing. The best augment in the game for Singed is the move speed augment, and then the ability haste giving move speed is really fucking broken. Additionally, the best augment is actually the burn augments. Infernal Conduit is fucking broken. I'm playing against a Singed Yumi. There's no way that's a real fucking comp. What made you play TFT less these days? Just don't want to play it. Bro, there's nothing, no reason. I just don't play it that much. Like, this is a fake comp unless Yumi gets some disgusting item damage prismatic augment. That's the only way it's good. This is a giga comp, and then this is your utility has to be crazy, really good. I mean, I'm not a real champion till Leandri, so I'm probably not gonna win this round, but whatever. We probably win this actually. Teammate played this really well.
A well-earned win.
He fucked. The other part was kind of grief, but. It's honestly pretty good. Can he do better? Probably fine. Long stage doesn't increase fling range, or else I would. Did he probably auto? You don't really need auto. I don't know. Generally speaking, you don't really need any augments. The crit augment's probably the best augments. Well, I don't know about best, but maybe I don't even know what the best augment for this stupid thing is. Oh my god. No way my teammate doesn't know how to play plants in this game mode, man.
This may hurt. Ring close. Head toward the center.
Did I not kill her? That's unlucky. Well, we just take a loss here. Super unlucky. Happened to me, bro. You don't even have first item, man. Literally, you're not. Since isn't even a real champ until fucking level 6 plus 1 item. Guess what? Thank you.
What's happening to you?
That's kind of funny. I need for next round, right? Do I need damage here? CC. Fuck it, I'll just go Sworks, man.
Our Tourney's gracious benefactor put a lot
Full tank windows do a lot of damage. Malphite. Anyone going full tank Malphite in this one is stupid, unless they have the burn. The one that goes through walls, yeah, I mean, you can't really do that because you can't. That's only effective if you burst people, right?
Now you're ready to prowl.
Is it just me, or is it getting hot in here?
This is so fucking stupid. Sharkshoes is. Oh, there's another character. I forgot. Sorry, I forgot there's a plus 1. Okay, I can actually fucking play the game now. Can I play the game? No get Langersons? Yep, that's probably why you are not doing well in the game mode. I wonder if the Eternal Combat would be crazy. Yeah, the Edges is like one of the best items in the game. I wish I could see what people bought. Oh, I can click on them. Why can't I click on this guy? Okay. He bought Rift Maker. All right, this fucking team is going nowhere. No, it's so bad, man. This is okay. This. That sucks. This is bad. Rift or Demonic, both those items suck. Like, Demonic objectively sucks on most characters. It's okay on Singed and Lilia. But generally speaking, like, I never get... Oh, it's like okay. I get it like 4th item maybe. And then, yeah, Rift sucks. You're getting Omnivamp in a game mode where a single plant auto gives you 20% of your health back. Pressure resistance to that is pretty bad. Oh, I just wouldn't want it. He ran into my thing. Wow. That's Rift Maker, buddy. That's so bad, man. You like Pac-Man? Welcome back for 3 months. Thanks for subbing. I mean, I'm down for Rally. I think we'll see what happens. I mean, Rally's kind of not great because I have a melee partner here, but it's okay. We're playing these guys. Talia. Alright, pot it up. Oh god. This Jax only knows one direction. He just kills him. Yeah, the set actually did so much damage, man. That's my bad. I don't want to buy Demonic here. Is it really optimal? Who am I playing? Syndra. It's okay in this matchup. But kind of. Probably worse than this. That's okay. Demonic does nothing. It doesn't scale at all. You do more damage getting Death Cap than you do getting Demonic. I'll put it that way. Because after damage from Leandries, this guy's just dead, by the way. Oh, Wymerel's? Oh, fuck. Actually, I forgot you get heal reduction. I don't play this character, actually. Enough. Damn. Oh, I win the game with Infernal Conduit? That's not good. That's not good. Shit, I need Demonic now. You demonic because the way Infernal Conduit works is it works with demonic as well. Anytime you get demonic, you always buy both. Can that be settled? Nope. Yeah. Oh, he won. He got peeled off. Wow. Ah, the only time to buy demonic. When you get Infernal Conduits. My damage is gonna be so stupidly high. Damn it. This guy. My teammate fucking died instantly. Whatever, man. No. Let's sell this eventually and buy. What the fuck do I buy with this comp? Do I really just buy Void? That's kind of. I don't think I do Void. You damage on immune? Yeah. I mean, Zanyas is good for any situation, but I don't think I want Zanyas.
Rises up into the ring. I hear you.
Bro, no, ain't no way that that's how the thing opens, man. There's actually something really interesting here. It's this. This or Die Another Day. I don't like using Die Another Day. I kind of want Flee. Oh, please get the GA here. He's dead, by the way. Can't get so much. Oh, he died right before he popped? No way. So good. Free GA.
That's a wrap for Team Poro.
Am I stupid? Oh, I kind of want to do this. Oh my god, I kind of want to do this. I should have done Banshees, but I kind of want to try this. How much HP do I have? 4,900. But. You get 2 pots, you can get all 3 pots. When you get Infernal Conduit, your CDR goes down with every burn tick. It works on Demonic and Singe Poison, and it works on Landry's. So your cooldown for your E and your W should be about 1 to 2 seconds. So if you get it with Singe, you just fucking flip people like 6 times in a row. They literally can't move and you just win for free. Do you think it works on Singe Poison? It should. It works on a lot of random shit. We probably get Leandry. Oh yeah, you need Leandry's. Tanking in this game mode is stupid. You need to do damage if you're gonna be tanky. To me, tanky does nothing. You need you just need damage. Oh shit, that was a cue. Oh, I'm playing. Watched you play Lethality Poppy yesterday. Try one more. Oh wait, I could play the last one with this. I can play one game. Hello.
Scarra, this game mode is so fun.
I think it's fun, but they're gonna need to patch some stuff, and they're doing it next patch. So pretty happy to be.
Need to patch.
Oh, this is not what I wanted to open. They aggressively they just nerfed enchanters and ADs, right?
Oh, they nerfed it?
Yeah, they hotfixed them today.
Oh, I didn't know there
are like 6 champions that are 30% win rate. Like Bard is a 30% win rate.
Bard?
Yeah.
Not think so. Okay. Oh my god, I could play Shaco.
Yep.
Dude, Shaco's so fun.
Hold on. Let me go get her Fugi up real quick. Oh, it's not working. Whatever. Well, what am I doing? No, how do you make Bark good? I don't know. Probably increases damage or taking it by a lot. Wait, no, Frugi is working. You just can't see because, oh my god, wait. It's this. Oh my god. That's funny. That Bard was the worst win percentage? I mean, it is. Bard's really bad, and then some other stuff are really bad.
Who do you like playing on this?
Pike's really fun.
Right.
Pike, Alistar's really fucking good. And then, I don't know. The stuff I play for fun is different than the stuff I play to win.
Is that for fun or for winning?
This is. Oh, I think he's actually pretty good, but he's definitely more for the fun angle than the win angle.
The augments are just so crazy.
I don't think I've seen an Eve in a while.
Eve?
I don't think I've seen an Eve in a while.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen one ever.
Oh, I'm useless till my level 6. Oh, not useless, but we're both pretty useless till our first item. Wait, your character sucks ass.
Wait, what? Scarra, look, you see this? Look at me. I'm backstabbing this guy so hard. He keeps walking behind me. Oh, check it out. You stunned them in the box.
Yeah, oh.
You have to play a lot around the...
Yes, the healing plants are the only thing that matters.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die.
Oh, the bot plan is actually still up? No way.
That's it, love. Let your guard down.
Alright, you could TV1 this, right? You kind of are. Oh my god, that's so close.
Oh, I've had to buy an item. Oh, I would have won that with the item. Whoops. Oh! This isn't good.
Ability. Is ultimate the ult refreshing one good? Dashing?
Neither. You want to roll for Infernal Conduit.
Inferno. Like roll.
Yeah, if you don't have that one. Inferno.
Oh. Okay, I got it.
Oh, okay, we won. Get Leandries and then Demonic.
Yeah, okay.
Every time you burn them with your it decreases your box and your cooldowns.
CD. Okay.
Oh, actually, yeah, I didn't have an item last round, so we actually would have won.
Good to know. Sorry. What? Oh my god.
Vaughn, you're so fucking useless.
What do you mean? Hey, look at this. Look. I'm kind of crazy right now. Look at. They're so annoyed. Okay, nice. Being useful even in death.
Rise damage. Pepe laugh.
No worldwide high-stakes tournament would be complete without purchasing items. I love money.
Oh, you could just go Sorks, yeah.
Yeah.
Once you get Leandry's Demonic, I like just 1v2 all of my opponents with that. It could be like a 10,000 HP Mundo with like full MR.
Okay. Well, I am a new Shaco player, but he's my new one trick on this mode.
Question mark.
Anytime he's not banned. Check it out. Oh, don't worry, Scar, I got you. Look at this. Yeah, get him. Let them be confused.
You get the top plant, and then we fight for this plant.
Okay. Oh no! I'm sorry, didn't mean it. I fucking meant it. What
You didn't auto him. Fuck.
Oh, sorry. Don't worry.
That's okay.
Oh, look. I was just trying to give them a chance, you know? Would be a little too OP.
You're gonna be so OP.
And we're back in 5, 4, 3.
49% ability haste for my stuff.
Things I'm gonna do to you.
No one forgets.
Hit the plant, hit the plant!
Oh, sorry. I forgot about it. Oh.
I missed.
Oh my god, we're so good.
Just an after image.
Is this it?
If we don't win this one, we suck ass.
Oh.
This one is like, this is a gimme. Right? Riot Games felt really nice to give us these augments.
Did you also get like a stacked augment for your character?
Yeah, I got like a giga amazing one.
Alright.
Like a giga amazing one.
Giga.
I don't even want this, man. It's actually okay. If I reroll into something bad though, I'm gonna freak. That's what I risk enough. You know, if I had actually split gold with my ulti, we would literally have won the game by now. But
wouldn't that be OP?
no, it does do that. But
it does?
Yeah, I've never gotten people low enough to do it without having to ulti them before for damage. Also, I missed my ulti last round.
What the?
Go for boomerang. The move speed is better than boomerang for sure.
You want to get this?
Yeah, sure.
Oh fuck, I should have. Ooh, sorry, you're the best. No! Oh, damn it, I'm a noob. I got cut. Oh
I got it.
God. Yeah, don't worry. I also got it. I got them distracted.
The plant also gives you cooldown for all your abilities. So you can like box and then hit it.
Shield cooldown?
Yeah, you can box and then hit it again.
Oh. Oh, that's okay. Got it.
You're like ulti and then hit it. Did like 4 times and your ulti's up again.
Oh
A lot of people
God.
ulti early in this game mode.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I try to ulti at the start of the round.
Oh, this one's really good for us.
Oh god. Ow. What the?
What the?
What the?
Oh, I got Samira, man.
Was she in the bush?
No, that's the arena. If
Yeah,
every time you
the
see a CC, she runs you and hits you.
Oh.
But it like extends the CC, so I couldn't get out. Unlucky. I don't know. It's full time. Shield.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, all you need is like, I don't know, Zanya's and you're good to go.
Zanya's?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Oh, okay. I am good to go.
Yeah. Damage quite done with this. I like this roll. 9,000. Jesus.
Where I got this. Distraction!
Avon?
Yeah?
Don't run
What
into
is
dogs.
this? Oh,
Dogs
sorry,
bad.
sorry. Dogs are bad. What do how do they hit me?
Do you see the dogs?
Oh, like I just don't go in that area?
Just don't run into dogs.
Oh. Ow. I want you to that girl. Cool. Oh my god. That's so much damage. Oh.
No way. You, Avon. What's going on? Hello?
Yeah, what happened?
What? You tell me.
I also don't know. Okay, don't worry. That was just, like, you can't just win too easily, you know?
Avon, where are your boxes? You're
Here.
playing a character with how come when I play the game, there's no boxes?
There are boxes.
No, there are
don't
no
see
boxes.
You don't see them? It's because they've been running into them all.
They took no damage and there's no boxes. Also, you play this team against Samira twice, which is really cringe.
Don't worry, I got it. Look at this. Check it out, box. Oh my god.
Okay, that's his flash. He tried to ulti me.
Yeah, it's slowed. Ow. Oh my god, Samira killed me. Oh, Scar, I've always seen you win these. What the?
Yeah. I don't
I'm
lose.
such a good distraction, it's crazy.
I've literally boxes. Throw E. Throw E.
Oh yeah.
You need to throw E to get CDR. The bird on them so you can get CDR.
Oh yeah. I've been doing that this whole time.
You definitely have not.
Do I sell this for? Sell for void.
This doesn't super help my ultis, it helps with everything else. Is this physical? I just don't remember. It does not tell you.
Alright. I'm at my max power.
Good.
Done for. Yeah. Oh, watch this. I'm setting my twin brother out. But. Hey, yeah, that's alright. Oh. Oh my god.
My thing half healths Eve by itself. Oh my god.
What's your thing?
My spin.
Oh.
My augment.
Quantum computing?
Yeah, it's open. That's much, yeah, the counts are 3 damage sources.
got fourth like 4 times in a row, and then it had only been first places ever since. Means we're gonna get first.
Uh-huh.
Yep. That's how the math works.
Do you see that spin? My spin, the circle around me, does 1,300 damage.
Oh, that's the thing. Oh my god, I'm gonna stack all these boxes here in the middle. What the fuck?
Yep, there she is. There she is.
I died just like that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, I can't believe he. Oh, a vibe.
How'd
A
that
vibe.
happen? I'm.
A vibe.
No.
Did I even play with another person this game? Can I look at the damage I did this game? Like, is there a
Yeah,
damage
we
graph?
can look. No.
I really want to know how much damage you did to people that game.
Oh, it's so much. 27,000. That's more than the Alistar. Okay, Scar, how badly do you need your food? Because
I'm gonna go. I need it extra bad now.
okay.
Goodbye,
Yeah, no
Yvonne.
worries. Bye. Thanks for being.
The graph is fake accounts the scarecrow. Oh god. Okay, I am out, guys. I was gonna grab some food. Yeah, dude, I streamed a long time today. What the heck? You guys can't even be mad. I'm like, that's my OTV Solo Queue Invitational Champion. Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and host Peter. I'll see you guys later. Have a great night.